Yo, yo. Yo, yo. Yo, yo, what's up, guys? You already know what we're doing tonight. It's about to get crazy. Yo, 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 what's up, guys? Demon, yes, I am. Yes, I am. What's going on, everybody? Demon's in the house. Shadowcat, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Cry more. What's up, baby? Andrea, of course, Nova's in here. Let's go.
It's over. It's over.
Let's get it. Mark G, what's up, baby? What's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's everybody doing?
So what's going on, guys? Good to see you. Barricade here talking about my review.
What the hell, Barricade? K Kirk, yo, what's up, dude? Welcome back, Kirk. How's it going, guys? Welcome, welcome. If you don't know what this pop-up stream is all about, guys, let me fill you in. Frisco, what's up? Patiently waiting. Me too. Tonight's pop-up stream, guys, the embargo has been lifted. We are going to be watching all kinds of content tonight. Okay, we're checking everything out. We're going to check out all of the videos. We're going to plan and strategize all of the goodies. Fist. What's up, baby? Yo, check it out. It's the best just chatting streamer since Amarath. Let's go.
It's over 9. It's over 9,000.
Let's get it. All right, guys, you already know the damage bucket list has changed. Yes, I'm really excited to check that one out. Really, really excited. Okay, so let's cut it down. Let's get the chill vibes going. We're already super hype. How's everybody's day doing? Has everybody been checking out a bunch of stuff? What's going on, guys? How's everybody doing? They basically made everything almost additive. Okay, interesting. We're gonna have to check that out. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Yo, Shane, Daniel, appreciate the subs to the channels, guys. Thank you so much. Mark G, when will data mine info be available? I'm not sure, Mark. I think we're just gonna be looking at all the stuff that the content creators released today. Tomorrow. They won't know till launch. Yep. Would you test it? You sound pretty darn sure. Yeah. We're gonna check out a bunch of stuff, guys. So here we go. We are just gonna cut right into this, guys. There's not much else we're doing tonight. I decided to do a pop-up stream because of all of the info. I've been at work all day. I just stuffed my face full of pizza from Harris Teeter, the big teat. So now we are going to watch all of the stuff, okay? I have not been able to check out anything. I had Zazarian stream up, and I was just kind of listening to him as I was eating. But besides that, that is it, man. So we are going to check out all kinds of stuff, man. All kinds of stuff. Gio, what's up, dude? Welcome back, man. Haven't checked Max Roll. Is it updated yet? I have not checked, no. Did you just say you ate taint pizza? No, dude, a whole pizza. From the Teeter. Harris Teeter. Yeah, Mark G, yes, we do. You spent the day on the beach? Nice, man. Tonight, real quick, guys. Tonight, normally I wouldn't even be doing this during this, but we got Sage Mode. We got Sage Mode again. Shout out G Fuel. Shout out G Fuel, man. Hopefully one day official sponsor. Let's go, man. Emerald Isle, nice, Mark G. That's what's up. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we are dual streaming again, guys, for all those people that are over on Twitch, please feel free to come join us over on YouTube. What's better, cans or powder for G Fuel? I don't know, man. They're the same to me. I mean, cans are more accessible because you don't have to make it. Crackdown, what's up? Yeah, the cans are just easier because you don't have to make it. But powder is good. Powder lasts longer. These things it is Shadowcat. The only issue with the cans is like, unless you're buying like straight from G Fuel's website, like Walmart's the only place that carries them, and they only have like 4 flavors, like 4 or 5 flavors tops. So it's like, that's why you guys, when you see me talking about, like when I show my cans each night, like it's the same like 5 flavors because that's all that Walmart carries. But the cans are $2 a piece. So, and then in a powder you get what, 1 tub is $30 or $35, and it gets you 30 scoops. So, I mean, that'd be 17 cans. So really the powder's better. Don't look into anything about buckets. Okay. Nothing beats Red Bull vodka for gaming nights. Holy crap, dude. Shadowcat, welcome back, dude. Shotman with the follow. Appreciate you, man. Okay, guys, so let's just jump right into this, man. We have no time to waste here. We are just gonna be checking out all the new content. I'm gonna turn the music off, and we're just gonna check out videos. So, so what we are gonna do is, so real quick, this is what we're gonna do, chat. If there's any particular videos that I need to look at first, let's go ahead and check those videos out. Because otherwise, what I want to do is just kind of look at people's reviews, and then we're gonna get into details. Like we could get into like the details of like how damage testing works, or you know, like I saw this on my phone earlier. I didn't watch it, but I saw the thumbnail of like World Boss 3. You know, so if there's, or like leveling is very important. If there's any good leveling strategies that the people who got to play, like that would be cool to check out. Like that would be sweet. Oh yeah, that's right. I got Chosen added up too, guys. Warlug, Vealshot has a vid of him doing all 3 world bosses. Yeah, I saw that clip too. Real quick, I do wanna, you know, I don't even know if that's if that's something I really need to go over, but I will tell you this, guys. I have a little quick announcement. I don't want to reveal too much, but we have started networking with some big streamers for some Diablo content. So yeah, just to let you guys know, we are starting to network with some pretty cool people. So there's going to be a lot of stuff coming out in the future, just so you guys know. All right. I'm very, very excited about that. It's making you change your mind about Druid. All right. So he said, check out Force, Riker, Dobrunsky vids on D4. Okay. That's the review. What's that mean? That means there's going to be some collaborations happening. Some cool stuff, man. Some cool stuff. Okay, so let's check this out. Let's go ahead and look at some reviews first. Extra Life normally has a pretty good review. Force had his. Where's Force at? I watch Force's stuff a lot. Yeah, here we go. I watch Force's stuff a lot. Okay, let's cut the music. Yeah, I watch Force's stuff a lot, man. He's
keep
solid.
Our shop connected with fast, reliable internet. The Spectrum Business Connect phone
so
system.
What we want to do tonight, guys, is we want to just kind of watch everything. We're going to kind of formulate a strategy, and then I also want to talk again about doing this goddamn hardcore race, man. I'm being pulled in so many directions about it, and no YouTube Premium War. I always skip it, man. I just, you know, I should get it, but I never even, you know what I mean? Dark Helm, welcome back, dude. But here we go, man. We're going to watch some videos. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff, Diablo 4. And then we're going to talk again about the race to hardcore, because I'm really torn on it. And I think I have a strategy that I want to do. So we're going to talk about all this stuff. So let's just get into it, man.
Go. It's time to review Diablo 4. So I want.
But if there is any other videos in particular to leveling precisely, I want to check those out after the reviews. Premium waste of money, just 5 seconds.
I'm gonna get a couple of key things out
Do
of
the
the way
hardcore race,
before we
Andrea.
jump into things.
If
Number
only
one,
they would
what
give
I played
me
was
a pop or something to offer me YouTube Premium.
full review build, which means it included the entire game.
I will say this: the few clips that I've seen already, guys, like the numbers just look awesome. Okay, the numbers look great.
Content-wise that you can expect to see at release, minus any likely day one patches, and minus the
Smart
cash
to Mark
shop,
G,
which I
welcome back.
will get to, don't worry. Number 2, I leveled up as a sorcerer, playing through the entire campaign. I progressed into endgame and spent about half of my total playtime checking out those systems, which include the Nightmare Dungeons,
God, look how good that
Helltides,
looks,
Whispers, Fields of Hatred, World Bosses, and the Capstone Dungeons. And number 3, we only had 9 days to play, after which they shut down the servers and deleted everything. So for that reason, no, I didn't max out my
So it was only 9 days. It wasn't, in fact, 10.
character because that will take hundreds of hours. But I did go through all of the paces. I was grinding for...
So wait, so he's saying it's going to be hundreds of hours to level up your character to 100? I really love that you can take your items to level 5, though. God, guys, doesn't this just look amazing? And look at your attack power and stuff. It's really not, like, insanely high. I love that. I love the lower numbers. It makes it feel like... I think I like the feel of that better. Like, it just feels better. Ghost Wolf, what's up, dude? Welcome back.
gear, bouncing...
Is it time to download? 7 p.m.? Hold up. 7 p.m. Game can't be installed yet. What's the deal, man? DeBrunski said he ended the campaign after 12 hours and level 40. There's a guy level 100, Whirlwind Barb. Yeah, we're gonna check that out. K4F, what's up, dude? What do you gonna main in D4? I don't want to say main, but I will be playing Druid. I will be playing Druid. So, yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, Rob.
Between
Rob's
every
insane,
activity and progressing the Paragon board while continuously taking on harder challenges. So I saw what the end game consists of and got a good feel for the gameplay loop, or basically what it is we'll be doing on a regular basis. So between this review build,
I don't know
the
about that,
various
Ghost.
beta test and previews from last year, I've played over...
You know what's crazy too? A lot of the clips that I saw today, guys, like, because I would like pop up YouTube, type in Diablo 4 just to see how many new videos that I could tell from today. And like when you hover over a thumbnail, it shows a brief clip. I will say I saw so many clips of Rogue. It's almost like a lot of these creators just played Rogue. It's kind of insane. Fist, you're insane. Yo, Eric Hardy, welcome back, baby.
It's over 9.
for 100 hours of Diablo
It's all
4
copy and
at
paste
this
videos.
point. And 100 hours is a good chunk of time, but also for any ARPG, loot game, or MMO,
Beer, what's
it's
up, dude?
closer
DT,
to
welcome
0
back, man.
hours than the total number of hours people tend to spend with these kind of games. The point of which is to say, just like any other live service game, just like with an MMO, I can't really with full confidence tell you exactly how Diablo 4 is going to feel 3, 6, or 12 months down the road. Because
See, I mean, this is why I like Force, right? Zombie, welcome back, dude. How you doing, man? Clint Kennedy, what's up, man? Every review I've seen has them playing Druid. Nice, dude. Welcome to the stream, guys. I like Force because he just keeps things a little bit more realistic, you know. Destin, welcome back, dude.
It's over 9.
because we're not there yet, and a lot of
them are saying the game's too easy.
on the quality of their regular.
Well, think about it like this, Beer. Like, if you played last month, both betas, and then you played Server Slam, like, the game to level 25 wasn't hard. Like, the only time we really died was, like, in weird scenarios, you know what I mean? So, from what I understand, Druid and Barb are going to be strong as heck endgame.
Quarterly updates.
Yeah, I mean, so, Beer, think about it. Like, was the game, like, really difficult for you on World Tier 2 to 25? You know what I mean? To me, it wasn't that hard at all.
For their seasons. But I do have an idea of how much time I am likely to spend with the base game, judging off of the amount of content that's here at release, the level of difficulty, and the progression systems currently in place. And how much time is that? Well, let's talk a bit about the game first. So I'm not going to bore you with all the basics. This is an ARP.
Yeah, DT in chat. Big shout out to DT, man. He got to play Endgame. He said Endgame is really hard. You said preload's working? My preload's not working. Oh, no, tier 2? Nice, okay. Oh, Dark Helm, you're on console. I forgot. Okay, you're on console.
RPG. It's a Diablo game. You likely know what to expect and how it starts. We pick from one of 5 classes, the Necro, Barb, Sorc, Druid, and Rogue. Then there's a bit of character customization. Then you select your mode, normal or hardcore. And finally, you pick the difficulty, which in most cases, my advice will be to start with World Tier 1, unless you begin 2-shotting packs of elites, or if you just want to bump up the difficulty for the fun of the added challenge. Lastly, you name your character and off you go. Now, I'm assuming most of you watching this probably played at least some of the open beta, in which case you have a pretty clear grasp on how the campaign is structured and how things work in the open world. But if not, though, I'll give you a little rundown. So you get the main story quest. This is going to take you on a guided path through the entire game. We start out in the snowy region known as Fractured Peaks, and then after a short prologue, you will arrive at the main town of Kyovashad. Here you're going to find the game's major vendors, quest givers, various crafting and upgrade systems. Once you arrive to Kyovashad, the main story quest actually branches out, giving you 3 different choices. And this is what Blizzard was referring to when they said that Diablo 4 had a non-linear campaign. Although do keep in mind, you have to eventually do all of the main story quest in every zone. So even if you choose to skip past Fractured Peaks to start, you will eventually have to come back anyway. Fact is, in most cases, it's probably just best to stay in Fractured Peaks than run by foot all the way to the other zones. Really,
look, if Rob can rock it out, Nightmare Dungeon tier 109 days, that's what I mean, dude. Like he said he got to 100 and crushed it in 9 days. Like, that's crazy. But you have to understand something, too, guys. Like, that's... Deadly Dog, what's up, dude? Welcome back.
It's over 9,000.
Like, 9 days... That's him, like, probably playing, like, 15 hours a day, dude.
The only reason I would see to leave Fractured Peaks after the prologue, if A, you have class mechanic quests that are over there and you want to go get those because yes, they provide a pretty big boost to power, or B, if there's some like dungeon legendary
God, I cannot wait to play this game, man.
Want for your build early on, and
like I have not been this excited for a game in a long time.
Peaks, play through those campaign missions and then move on once you finish them. So as you're doing the main story quest, which will have you following through the narrative of the game from one beat to the next, you're also just moving through the open world, and this hands down is one of my favorite aspects of Diablo 4. It's got a massive open world map with 0 loading screens as you move between zones.
Oh, that's cool. You can mark stuff on the map. You guys see that?
Checking out different points of interest with a bunch of different things to do. There are 5 distinct regions
look at the horse,
each of which have their own theming based off of some real world locations.
I heard it's going to take
monsters and activities.
Game of the Year. It might,
this is actually something that I don't want to spoil to you.
However, like Zelda might take Game of the Year too,
guys. Stuff I see in the open world, mainly because the exploration and discovery of everything while playing here was a big chunk of what I enjoyed. The game world, first of all, is huge, and I mean, it's absolutely massive. I didn't even clear every single area of the map after a full week of playing the game.
Okay, so the red is stuff he hasn't
cleared. Very large, tons of space, and there's a large variety of things to see. As for things to do, well, it is an open world game, and if you
3 to 4 hours to get the horse DT,
dang,
Nelson, what's up, dude? Welcome.
Just the variety is mixed up a bit. Besides the overworld being full of various types of monsters to smash, it's also consisting of dungeons, events, strongholds, side quests, and collectibles. So you got all this stuff out in the open world to discover.
Oh, so you can ride the horse in a dungeon?
You'll come across just naturally as you play through the campaign and as it takes you through each of the zones, guiding you from one region to the next.
Yo, Prophecy, what's up, dude? Welcome back. Zelda will definitely take Game of the Year. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Zelda get about halfway through, somewhere around level 35 or 40, I think, is when we got it. And when you get them out, it is a massive
G.I. Joe,
help,
what's up, dude?
really,
Welcome,
especially since the game
Crypto,
and the world
what's up, guys?
is so
Welcome.
big. They've got like a basic gallop speed, but also a dash, which will boost your movement temporarily. It's got 3 charges that just constantly refill with time, and every class are unlocked via a side quest when you get about halfway through, somewhere around level 35 or 40, I think, is when we got it. And when you get them out,
holy crap, you don't get this until level 35? You don't get the horse until 35.
A massive help, really, especially since the game and the world is so big. They've got like a basic gallop speed, but also a dash, which will boost your movement temporarily. It's got 3 charges that just constantly refill with time. And every class also has a unique dismount attack. So yeah, the game is really...
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Level 30. So he just got his at 35. Okay. That's pretty cool, though, man.
There's a lot of activities, and there's plenty of stuff to keep you busy. But remember, the main thing, if you want to progress into endgame, is simply finishing the story. So playing through the entire campaign took me around 11 hours.
Rodriguez. Yes, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, make sure to drop a like, man. I appreciate it.
turning in the final quest. But please bear in mind, I was playing at a fairly quick pace, but not as fast as possible. Given I knew that the review window was limited and I only had so much time to play, I was just mostly interested in getting to endgame quickly, just for the sake of seeing it and learning about it and checking out the different systems. So that said, between the campaign and exploration of this huge open world with all the stuff we talked about, I could see it taking many more hours to complete. Like, I could easily see people spending 30, 40, or even 50 hours just doing open world stuff in addition as they're moving throughout the campaign. That is certainly possible. But on the flip side, I could also see people finishing the campaign in way fewer than 11 hours because I wasn't exact.
Right, so he finished the campaign in 11 hours because he took his time exploring the open world. If you do what we're going to do, which is literally just doing the main story quest line, it ain't going to take us 11 hours to beat the campaign.
Exactly beelining it. I did spend some time doing some side stuff, doing some dungeons, exploration, public events, things like that. So how long it takes you to go through the campaign is totally just going to depend on your playstyle, because the campaign is weaved in.
Dobrunsky said 12 hours to complete the campaign. Wow.
To the open world, and as we touched on, there is a lot to the open world. I mean, honestly, you could play for 100+ hours before you finish the campaign.
That's true.
You're just also doing all the open world stuff as you move throughout. But once you finish the campaign, it's time for endgame. And this is where, as ARPG and MMO players would say, this is where the real game begins, right?
There's nothing more powerful than you.
I mean, so he's good at ARPGs. I mean, do you guys think that 12 hours or 11 hours is like a fair time for the campaign? On World Tier 1, it'd be faster. 10 to 12 hours? Like, what if it's on World Tier 1? Well, then again, we are grouping on World Tier 2, so he played with people and it still took him 11 hours. And Dobrunsky, we're going to check out his video, but he didn't play any, like, he didn't do any side stuff. He just did strictly campaign quests. Yeah, I mean, 10 hours is really not that bad when you think it in the grand scheme of things of how much content's in the game.
Is the Tree of Whispers. On its face, it's pretty straightforward. These are rotating objectives that pop up all over the world, spread out between the different zones. So each task that you have will be worth a set number of favors. Once you collect 10 favors, you return to the tree and you collect a reward. Now, when I first heard about this system, I kind of wrote it off because I basically assumed it was just like any side quest, daily quest system, or the bounty system from Diablo 3, right? And yes, in a lot of ways it is, but also, as I was playing, I found myself really enjoying the fact that this system pushed me to revisit old areas, but then also brought me to explore new ones that I hadn't yet seen. And these objectives are also always in these clusters. It essentially takes a few areas within each zone and will give you a grouping of activities in one particular space. So these activities will include completing a dungeon, clearing a cellar, killing a variety of enemies in the area, turning in these collectibles, and then finishing one of those open world events that we discussed. So while the exact activities are constantly changing, their locations and which ones are available are rotating on a regular basis, and there will be multiple clusters up at any given time.
I like that. I like the Tree of Whispers stuff. So it's like it's always in different spots. So you're always going to do, I mean, it's the same like 7 things, but at least it's going to be different every time.
General structure of each grouping of the Tree of Whisper quest is what I just listed, and the harder objectives also reward more favors. So for example, if you clear a cellar, it's worth 1 favor, but if you do a dungeon, it's worth 5, and you just have to reach 10 before you can go collect your reward from the tree. And this was a great way to fill up low-level pieces. It was a great way to level up.
Wait a second. They drop elixirs? They drop elixirs? Is that what I just saw?
To reach 10 before you can go collect your reward from the tree.
Dang, I didn't even know elixirs dropped. I thought you only made these.
And this was a great way to fill up low-level pieces. It was a great way to level up and get experience. It was a great way to see more of the world. Overall, even though it is just like a daily quest system, just like a bounty system, because the world is so big and because I hadn't ever seen all of it, and because it was a good source of experience and a good source of filling up low-level loot pieces, I really liked engaging with it and constantly going out into the world, doing this cluster of activities, going back to the tree, getting experience, getting loot, then going out to another spot and just continuously doing this over and over again. So the Tree of Whispers is the first and only endgame activity that you can do immediately after clearing the campaign. The rest of it is actually locked behind World Tier 3, which...
Okay, so that's very interesting, especially for the hardcore race. So when you finish the campaign, the only thing that you can do is Tree of Whispers until you go to World Tier 3.
Which in order to progress to, you have to clear the Capstone Dungeon. So the Capstone Dungeon is this set level activity that basically acts as a barrier to you progressing world tiers. Enemies inside have a hard locked level, which if you are too far below is going to be really difficult. So when I finished the campaign, as mentioned, I was level 43. The Capstone Dungeon to go from world tiers 2 to 3 is set to level 50. Now I tried immediately going in, but I just...
Okay, so see, that's good information. So 50.
Wasn't doing enough damage and enemies would kill me too quickly. So
holy crap, look how many potions he has. He has 9 potions.
I spent a few hours doing those Tree of Whisper quests, leveling up, gearing up, and then once...
Hold on, go back.
Enemies would kill me too quickly. So I spent a few hours doing those Tree of Whisper...
So collection of chest plates, amulets, or two-handed weapons. I wonder if these rewards change based on what you're doing or what kind of character you are. You know what I mean?
Quests, leveling up, gearing up, and then once I got to level 50, I jumped back into the capstone. And I'm going to be honest with you, I think this thing has been a bit oversold in the past as being some massive challenge. In reality, it's just like a slightly longer than normal dungeon run. I mean, there are some cool enemies inside that you fight, but for the most part, it is really straightforward, and it just acts as like a level or a gear check. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was like somewhat difficult at times, but there really weren't any interesting surprises or real new mechanics that I noticed compared to any other dungeon run in the game.
Okay, so Force is a god then. He's just a god. Brian, what's up, dude? Welcome. Nation, what's up, dude? Welcome back. So grind Tree of Whispers to 50, then Capstone. No, Nation. You don't do Tree of Whispers until you hit 50. Or no, excuse me. You can't do Tree of Whispers until after you complete the campaign.
Just kind of some like tough grouping of enemies at times. Although the boss fight was really cool, like a lot of the other boss fights in Diablo 4. I really enjoyed it. I'll definitely give them that. Speaking of which, I know I haven't really discussed boss fights thus far. For one, we're not going to be revealing them for spoiler's sake, like the names of the campaign bosses. But I will tell you this much. The big ones that are in the campaign, as well as the boss in the Capstone Dungeon, I thought they were pretty good, really interesting, both in the boss design and mechanic design departments. I just thought many of these were interesting, cool encounters that I really liked. Okay, so once you finish the World Tier 2 Capstone Dungeon...
So, he is... You guys are right. He is... Like, I normally like watching Force, like some of his videos, but, man, he is really making it sound like this game is just not difficult whatsoever. All the way up until today, like, the people who got to play Endgame are like, man, the Capstone Dungeon is really tough. We all had to go back and do it. And I bet you that's because, like he said, you're finishing the campaign around 40. And if you immediately go to the Capstone Dungeon at 40, trying to go to World Tier 3, the Capstone Dungeon's level 50. So you're already 10 levels under. And even though it's 50, the monsters are harder. So, yeah, of course it's going to be a lot harder when you think about it like that. Because remember, Riker, even during that thing, he was, what did Riker say? He was level 43. He was 43 when he did it. So, I mean, if you just level your character to, if you just level your character to 50, the capstone shouldn't be hard at all. It's like he said, it's just a gear check. Like, all right, your gear needs to be this strong before we let you go to the higher difficulty. Zombie. So if you play on T1, you will be a lower level once you finish the campaign. Yes. In theory. Force pretty much says, we'll see if there's any content beyond 6 weeks. Any content beyond 6 weeks? There's seasons. What are you talking about? Yeah, always do the highest res pack, guys. Always. Is that what I did? I think so. Yeah, I think I did the highest res pack. All right, let's go.
You then unlock access to World Tier 3, and with that, you gain access to the rest of the end game, and that is including the Nightmare Dungeon.
I mean, I get that it's a gear check, but I mean, with what everybody was saying who got to play it, they just, I mean, maybe they were just overplaying it, like it's going to be like so hard, like the Capstone Dungeon. Even if you do level up to 50, it would still be a very hard dungeon. But then we found out, remember, you can do them in groups anyway, so it's not going to be that crazy.
And Hell Tides, as well as when you're introduced to the champion monsters, which add an extra level of challenge with their new affixes and resistances. And this is when you're going to start seeing sacred and unique items dropping. So sacred items are just like higher item level versions of everything below legendary, whereas the unique items are altogether.
See, I love that. Look at that. And it tells you it's sacred, so you don't have to actually pick up the item and then go into your inventory to check to see if it's sacred. Like, that's so cool. That is so cool. Like, that's really nice. And I really love that there's sacred items to make normal legend, like the same legendary, even stronger, right? So I guess when I think about it this way is like having, if you had like 2 daggers and it's the same dagger and one's just normal and then one's sacred, it's kind of like having the normal legendary in an ancient legendary is basically what it is.
Different. These will drop with set.
Yeah, this feature here, though, telling me it's ancient. Imagine this whole time been playing D3. And, like, anytime you got an ancient item, it would tell you that it was ancient when it dropped. Oh, my God, you would save so much time. Holy shnikes. Because there's going to be a point where, like, besides, like, salvaging these things for resources, like, you're not going to care about picking up regular legendaries. You're just not. You're going to only want to pick up sacred, and then you're only going to want to pick up uniques. Crack. Forced grouping seems awful. Forced. There's no forced grouping. What I'm saying is that when you do the capstone, if you are in a group, it's going to be easy. No, that's what I mean. Alex, what's up, dude? Welcome back. Brian, what's up? Yeah, I know Sacred's not the highest. I'm saying that, like, it's cool that they put this here, and then if you have the same dagger, like, Sacred's just an improved version, so it's like having ancient gear pieces. But I'm saying eventually down the road, you're not going to care about picking up normal legendaries. You're only going to want to have Sacred or uniques. Brian, Sacred is some kind of different tier from Ancient, but both are present. I mean, yes, this is just an analogy. I mean,
stone stat types and affixes, which will just change.
Ancient legendaries are also in the game. Saw one drop.
Depending on the item level that they drop at. And some of these uniques come with really cool abilities. For example, I found the Ice Heart Pants, which made it so that
go
enemies,
back.
Depending on the item level that they drop at. And some of these uniques come with really cool abilities. For example, I found the Ice Heart Pants, which made it so that enemies who died while frozen would have up to a...
Okay, so you have Sacred Legendary Pants, and you have Sacred Unique Pants. Huh. This is interesting. This is interesting, guys. When you think, like, when you check it out, I honestly thought that, like, Sacred was going to be like so much stronger than like uniques were going to be so much stronger than legendaries, but when you look at it though, it's like it's yeah, there's different stats here, but it doesn't seem like it's that much of a jump. You're really doing it for this power here. Or like in this case, the intelligence is really nice on this roll, but
20% chance to unleash a...
The only reason you don't like it is because I like it. It is because I don't like it anymore because it makes my skin crawl away. I don't know what you're talking about. Monto, what's up, dude?
New Frost Nova, which would then basically just chain freeze everything. As I was blowing up groups of enemies, I Frost Nova them, I blow them up, and then ones that die have a pretty good chance to blow up into another Frost Nova, and it just keeps happening. It's really, really cool stuff. So yeah, anyways, World Tier 3, better loot starts dropping, more interesting loot starts dropping, there's harder enemies to fight, and you've got more things to do. And it was really at this point that I felt like the game started to open up. Keeps happening. It's really, really cool stuff. So yeah, anyways, World Tier 3.
12 minutes. Hell Tides last, what, an hour or 15 minutes?
Better loot starts dropping, more interesting.
Look how many crystals he's got from the Hell Tides, man. I wonder how much it is to turn these into like one of the chests.
Interesting loot starts dropping, there's harder enemies to fight, and you've got more things to do. And it was really at this point that I felt like the game started to open up and the combat was getting a lot more engaging.
I'm downloading the game on my Xbox right now, but the Ultimate Edition content is available and a deal. This is just pre-download, Rick, today.
Because it was more difficult, because there were new activities and all of that. One of those activities being the Hell Tides. So
converts to dust.
On and off every other hour. This basically takes over 2 large regions in one of the game's 5 main zones.
Right, what did he say?
The Hell Tides. So Hell Tides rotate on and off every other hour. This basically takes over 2 large regions in one of the game's 5 main zones. These entire areas turn red essentially, like with hellfire raining from the sky. This is an actual mechanic. Sometimes you'll have to dodge it as it falls down.
Dude, that's cool.
And enemies within the Helltide drop this resource called cinders. So basically, you just go into the Helltide, farm groups of enemies, do events, and kill bosses, which these areas do have these unique roaming Helltide-specific bosses. All of this gives you cinders. You gather up as much as possible within the hour that's available, and then you take those cinders to these chests located all around the Helltide, and there will be different types of chests for weapons, for armor, for rings, and amulets. So you turn your cinders in, you get a random drop of the type that's listed on the chest. You'll know ahead of time if it's like a 2-handed weapon, if it's a helm, if they're of the type that's listed.
Hold on, I gotta go slow mode because I think it said how
Rings,
I think it said on that chest how much it costs. I mean, we can see just by doing math, but I want to see what it says when you open the chest.
Senders in, you get a random drop of the...
Oh, there it is.
You'll know this... For
it said 75
for rings and Anders in.
Yeah, I just want to see what it looks like.
A random drop of the...
So requires 75 cinders and then it's random. Okay. He's drunk.
Type that's listed on the chest. You'll know ahead of time if it's like a 2-handed weapon, if it's a helm, if they're pants, if it's a ring or amulet. You'll see what the chests are. You turn in however many cinders you collected that are required for that chest, and you get a random drop. And these do seem to have a very high likelihood of dropping legendary or higher items. On multiple occasions, I would actually get several sacred pieces from a single chest.
Dang! One, two, three, 4 sacreds.
which was really good. And it seems like Hell Tides are great if you are looking for specific legendary or sacred aspects for your particular build, as it lets you turn in exactly for the type of gear that you're looking for. You just have to find the right chest within the Hell Tide. And sometimes if you are really lucky, an area can...
Okay, so the only way to find out which one's target farm is the ones about... Remember what you said, Demon? Yeah, dude, that's insane. Brian, what's up, brother?
Be both within a Hell Tide and also have Tree of Whisper quests located in there at the same time, in which case you're just
yeah, zombies, I don't know, it depends on the chest.
Getting like a ton of value from farming in that particular area. Great opportunity when those things sync up to farm a bunch of gear. It's really cool, really cool. And next up are the...
I mean, just based off that, like, Hell Tides is going to be the way to farm all your gear, no matter what. Like, once you unlock endgame and you get to World Tier 3, like Hell Tides is definitely way... I mean, just on the surface here, Hell Tides is way better than, like, farming a dungeon or something. And they last for an hour, and then they go away and they come back in an hour. So every other hour you could be doing something. So, like... You could farm Hell Tides to gear the crap out of your character and then like get gear for other characters. And then on the opposite hour that Hell Tides aren't there, then you do something like Nightmare Dungeons or World Boss or, you know, like you're doing the bounties with the Tree of Whispers. Like that is a really good offset. You know what I mean? They don't spawn randomly. What doesn't spawn randomly?
Nightmare Dungeons, and this is really like the bread and butter of Diablo 4's endgame. It is the one main activity that has an ever-increasing difficulty as you continuously unlock higher and higher sigils, which are basically like keys that open up.
Read it correctly. Did I say something spawns randomly? I love the stagger of the main activities. Yeah.
Up the Nightmare Dungeons. And these higher levels push enemy monster levels higher and higher above the... So you're just getting like a ton of value from farming in that particular area. Great opportunity when those things sync up to farm a bunch of gear. It's really cool, really cool. And next up are the Nightmare Dungeons, and this is really like the bread and butter of Diablo 4's endgame. It is the one main activity that has an ever-increasing difficulty as you continuously unlock higher and higher sigils, which are basically like...
Doesn't Hell Tides spawn randomly since you misread the last message? Yeah, they spawn randomly on the map, but what I was saying is that because they last an hour, then they go away, then they spawn randomly again after another hour of in-game time. You can stagger what you're doing in the game. And guys, look how much gold he has. He's got 1 million gold. At 61, like, I don't think gold's going to be an issue.
Like keys that open up the Nightmare Dungeons, and these higher levels push enemy monster levels higher and higher above the max character level of 100. This is the progressive difficulty thing that you'll be working on as you continue leveling, gearing up, and powering up. You're just trying to push higher level Nightmare Dungeons.
Not every other hour. That's what he said.
Located all around the Hell Tide, and there will be different types of chests for weapons, for armor, for rings, and amulets. So you turn your senders in, you get a random drop of the type that's listed on the chest. You'll know ahead of time if it's like a two-handed weapon, if it's a helm. If
you guys see it right here? So this is how you know that the chest is for your thing. See the gloves above it? That means that this chest is gloves. That's cool.
Or pants, if it's a ring or amulet, you'll see what the chests are.
Yeah,
you turn
I'm pretty
in
sure he
however
said
many
it's every
cinders you
other
collected that are required for that chest, and you get a random drop. And these do seem to have a very high likelihood of dropping legendary or higher items. On multiple occasions, I would actually get several sacred pieces from a single chest, which was really good. And it seems like Hell Tides are great if you are looking for specific legendary or sacred aspects for your particular build, as it lets you turn in exactly for the type of gear that you're looking for. You just have to find the right chest within the Hell Tide. And sometimes if you are really lucky, an area can be both within a Hell Tide and also have Tree of Whisper quests located in there at the same time, in which case you're just getting like a ton of value from farming in that particular area. Great opportunity really cool. When those things sync up to farm a bunch of gear. It's really cool, really cool. And next up are the Nightmare Dungeons, and this is really like the bread and butter of Diablo 4's endgame. It is the one...
Yeah, let me
the
go back,
Helltides.
'cause he
so
said-
Helltides rotate on and off every other hour. This basically
Right there, yeah. They rotate on and off every other hour.
it takes over 2 large regions in one of the game's 5 main zones. These entire areas turn
Yeah, so it's every other hour that they spawn, but they spawn randomly in any of the 5 regions or zones or whatever. So you just got to look for it. But again, that's really cool because every other hour, like I said, you could just be farming gear for your characters. Like you're going to be able to farm gear and you're going to be able to just like on the off hour, like if you still need gear, you just do Helltides, and then when Helltides are done, you like go do Tree of Whispers, you go do Nightmare Dungeons to get sigils, and then you level up your your glyphs and do all these things. Oh, Helltides are back. I need more gear. Let me go do Helltides. In World Tier 3 or higher, Geo. Yep. The only thing that you can do in World Tier 2 after completing the campaign is what is it? Tree of Whispers. That's the only thing that you could do, is just Tree of Whispers. Outside of that, there's nothing else you can do until you go to World Tier 3. Nemesis, welcome back, dude.
turn red essentially. Like
all right, let's
upon reaching level 50, you stop gaining legendary or push enemy monster levels higher and higher above the max character level of 100. This is the progressive difficulty thing that you'll be working on as you continue leveling, gearing up, and powering up. You're just trying to push higher level nightmare dungeons. That's like the main goal, basically. So how does it work? Well, it's pretty simple. You will start off getting random low-level sigils. You'll just get them as you play after you progress into World.
Yeah, guys, hit that like button if you're enjoying the stream, guys. If you're finding value in the stream, make sure to drop a like. That really does help out. Thank you. Patient, what's up, dude? Appreciate the follow on Twitch, man. Thank you. Come join us over on YouTube, brother.
Tier 3, and this will grant you access to a nightmare version of one particular dungeon in the game. So the nightmare variants will add a bunch of modifiers, changing things up a bit. There's going to be some sort of buff for your character, like sometimes it'll increase a certain type of damage or increase your attack speed. It'll increase your resistances, making you more tanky. But then also there are going to be more enhancements for the enemies, making them tougher, making them deal more damage, even in a lot of cases making them explode when they die or leave pools of damage on the ground. But the most interesting thing is that these will also sometimes add an additional dungeon mechanic. So this includes something like the drifting shade, where you'll get this little shade that chases the player, exploding when it reaches them. This will deal damage, but then also create a field on the ground that dazes if you walk into it. Or there's this rock pillar.
Oh my god, dude. Him just doing Twisting Blades, dealing 16,000 damage. It just looks like it feels so good, man.
Follow closely behind you the entire time, pulsating damage whenever it gets close. Sometimes there are ones that will have lightning strikes periodically come down, and you have to get under this floating artifact in order to prevent the damage. Or there are ones that will have portals open up and constantly streaming in new monsters. The main point of doing these nightmare dungeons is to, beyond dropping loot at the end of them, to upgrade the glyphs for your Paragon board.
There we go.
Which brings us to the Paragon board. Upon reaching level 50, you stop gaining new skill points and start progressing the Paragon board. So for every
Look at that. He has 5 million gold at 50.
level, you unlock 4 new Paragon
Gold isn't going to be a
points to
problem.
spend on your board. This board is basically an additional layer of character power progression outside of gear. So you begin with your class's starter board. This is set, locked in place, and you start at the bottom and work your way up. There will be a bunch of normal nodes that will add minimal increases to
Dude, you remember, guys, when we were theory crafting and we were trying to get to like 650 in a category? Look at this. This is level 50, and he already has like 300, you know, like what is this, dex, or 400 dex. Like it's gonna be easy to get to like 800 dex.
Things like strength, intelligence, willpower, or dexterity. Then also magic nodes that provide stronger boosts to various different stat types. There are then rare nodes that provide even more powerful boost, and legendary nodes, and these basically act like additional pieces of gear as they reward what amounts to something equivalent to a legendary aspect. And then also dotted all throughout these boards are these empty glyph slots. You're gonna play, glyphs are gonna drop, and these things provide pretty big modifiers and enhancements basically to
Yeah,
any
that's
of
a
the
good point.
nodes within the range of the glyph. So depending on the glyphs that you have, you'll have different glyphs that do different things, and if you find ones that are good for your build, you'll slot them into one of the empty glyph nodes on the Paragon board, and they're going to provide a really good boost to all of the nodes that surround them. And these are really strong enhancements. As mentioned, they can be further powered up by running those nightmare dungeons.
Oh,
so once
shit,
you
here
get
we
a
go.
glyph that you really like and that's good for your build, odds are you're going to want to
Oh, so it's so you're gaining XP from completing nightmare dungeons, which you'll allocate it to a glyph to level it up. And then you have your radiuses, which increase at certain level points. And then there's additional bonuses.
spend some time farming the nightmare dungeon.
Look at that. Wow.
Dungeons specifically to level up the glyph. In a lot of ways, it's pretty similar to what running rifts was in Diablo 3, which you were doing to level up gems. You're running nightmare dungeons in
Right.
Diablo
It's the
4
same thing.
to level up paragon glyphs.
Yeah,
All
same
right,
thing.
so a couple more endgame things we're going to touch on. First up, the world bosses. If you fought the world boss in Diablo 4's open beta, you know exactly what to expect with these. The boss will periodically spawn into the game. You're going to get a 30-minute warning before they show up. You go to the area, fight the boss, and collect the loot. So in the open beta, we fought Ashava the Pestilent. In the review build, I fought Ashava the Pestilent. And that was it. In all my time playing, I actually saw the world boss spawn 3 times, and every time, because I was unlucky,
He said I'm getting overwhelmed by all the information.
it was Ashava. Now, at the very least, there was some variety here for me because Ashava was located in other spawn locations. There will be set, essentially, boss arenas located around the map. So I fought
Poison
Ashava, not
Twists and
in the
Blazes is
Fractured
gonna be
Peaks
so
at
good.
least, but I just kept fighting Ashava. I didn't see anyone else. Fortunately,
Holy crap, level 65?
Liam was playing as well and fought the other bosses.
Oh,
so
I
we
can't
know
wait
what
to
they
fight
do.
this guy.
First up, there is Avarice, the Gold Cursed. He's
Oh, I
got
wanna
various
fight
melee
him.
attacks, slams, and AoEs. He would stomp on the ground and puke, which you would have to dodge. Occasionally, then, he would teleport away and slam in when he teleports back into the arena. And then also, he would form up these statues that occasionally would burst into these golden AoE pools. This boss was actually pretty straightforward and seems to be the least interesting of the world bosses in the game. And then there was Wandering Death. When he shows up, he's got this...
Okay, you know what? Let me just say something real quick. I normally like Force's stuff, but I'm kind of sick and tired of him just downplaying Diablo. Like, it's just like, man, it's kind of like, you know, it's like a barely okay game. Like, none of it's interesting. Like, nothing kind of just, you know, it's all just kind of average. Nothing was, like, cool at all. You know, it was just kind of like, blah, you know, like, but it's an ARPG, guys. Have fun playing.
sound wave attack in
Jesus
which he would
Christ,
push it
man.
out and then summon it back towards him, damaging anything in this path. He would also summon up these large tornadoes that would spin around the arena. He had this charge
Yeah, I mean, I can just tell, like, when he's talking about things, dude.
up beam attack, which he would shoot out of both hands while spinning around. This was really cool looking, honestly. All of this just got
All right.
progressively more intense to the
All right, I'm over that. After that, like, I'm sorry, man. Like, the Avarice boss, like, this fight seems great. He's just like, yeah. Yeah, it's like playing Zelda on Super Nintendo, this game. Yep. It's like playing Donkey Kong at the arcade, you know, before you watch a movie. You know what I mean? Like, the game just doesn't even look good. You know, like the gameplay was just okay, man. That's why, you know, in the 9 days, I barely played it to make this review. You know what I mean? It's just, you know, it's just like not impressive, man. I mean, I just don't know what it is. The game just doesn't do it for me, man. But you know what's real, like what a really good game is that just came out? This indie game that nobody's heard of, and it blew me away. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Holy shnikes. I mean, holy crap. Holla, what's up, dude? I mean, golly, man. Nelson, welcome back, dude.
But brilliant trick to cool your home in 90.
But I mean, like, come on, like, let's be real, guys. Like, I get it. Force plays like a bunch of different games and stuff, and you know, all that. And he does reviews for a lot of different games. But I mean, come on, bro. Like, where's the excitement? I'm not even trying to be biased, but like damn, dude. Like, there's not one thing you like about this game. You're just kind of like, yeah, this is Diablo 4, and the game is super easy. The capstone is super easy, even though they said it was hard. All the world bosses suck. It's kind of what you expected, especially after the Ashava fight. And then just leveling after 9 days just is extremely boring. I don't know what you guys are going to do after 9 days, but yeah. But my review of the game is an 8.5 out of 10. Catch me in the next video, guys. Peace. Like, dang, bro. Like, Jesus Christ. Holy crap, man. Holy crap, Force. Come on, bro. Where's the love, man? Where's the excitement? No, I know Ghost Wolf. I know it's just his opinion, and that's fine. But, I mean, this goes back to our things, again, that we've talked about many times on this channel. There's your opinion, and then there's, like, being objective about things and, like, not being biased. Like, you can, if you're not a fan of ARPGs or, like, these kind of games, why the hell are you, like, playing them and reviewing them? Like, come on, bro. Like, we can all agree that, like, the new Zelda is amazing, right? What if my review was like that? Like, yeah, man. The first Zelda iteration a couple years ago was pretty good. Yeah, it's just a really cool Zelda game. It just wasn't hard. It was super easy for everybody. And yeah, there's nothing really hard about it. The mechanics are cool. And it was just really easy for me because I'm a god. Just for content in his channel. Forrest prefers Lost Ark to D4. Yeah, and I mean, you could, like, if that's the case, Andrea, you could really tell that he's just, like, instantly comparing this to Lost Ark or, like, PoE and just going, well, it's not those things that's in that game, so therefore this is easy or this is, you know, not as good. You know what I mean? Like, where's the objective, like, neutral opinion about the game? Like, you're not excited about the game at all? I guarantee you he doesn't play the game, like, on release. Like, he says, Force says, Lost Ark has more creative mechanics. Right. So there you go. If he says that in the back end of that video, then that's what he did in the entire review of Diablo, is that he's telling us things about the game, but in his entire mind, he's comparing it instantly to Lost Ark and just going, Diablo isn't as good as Lost Ark, so therefore it's easy. Therefore it's not as good. Therefore it's, you know, the mechanics are meh. Therefore the world bosses are just eh. Like, dude.
So first thing here. Hey everybody, Rob here. Like I mentioned in my previous video.
Hey, you're welcome, Nelson. I appreciate you being a part of the community, man.
Launch version of Diablo 4. I've taken an in-depth look at the
barbarian. Yeah, no. I expect everybody to make content for it. I'm just saying, man.
Is the barbarian, which is
Force even says he doesn't see it being played beyond season 1. Yikes, bro.
I already made a build guide video, like explaining the full guide in detail.
Does he give his reasons why? Do I need to go back and see? All right, let's go see his concerns real quick.
The most challenging review build. While I do think some of the boss fights are really interesting, they're also incredibly easy. We really didn't see anything that was all that challenging. It seems like the most challenging, most difficult encounter in this game is going to be that pinnacle level 100 boss, but the capstone dungeon bosses weren't all that difficult. The campaign bosses weren't all that difficult. The world bosses aren't all that difficult, and that is all really disappointing. I also feel like some of these counters, while they were interesting, they didn't feel all that unique or inspired, really.
Prince,
and I
what's up,
felt
dude?
Like playing a game like Lost Ark, I faced encounters and boss fights that had much more interesting and fresher takes on ARPG boss fight encounters. A lot of the boss fights in this game
No, Prince. You can still delete your server slam and your other delete server slam.
Just kind of felt like very.
He says all this, but didn't get to the max level content. Yeah, exactly. So he hit 50. So this is what I think Force did. This is why it took him so long to complete the story. He just like kind of basically dilly-dallied through the story. He explored the map. He goes, I did Hell Tides once. I did PvP once. I did a world boss fight. I did the capstone. I'm level 56. I did everything in the game. I'm done. Game sucks. Game sucks, man. Sorry, guys. There it is. You heard it here first. Game sucks, bro. Everybody should just get refunds on their pre-orders. And put that money towards Zelda. Just go buy Zelda. Play Zelda, man.
Variations of the bosses that I fought in Diablo 3, and I feel like that is a bit of a shame. I feel like Blizzard should have taken more risks, and that's probably one of my biggest critiques about Diablo 4 in general. I really like the core of what is here. It is super competent, it is fun to play, and I plan to play it, but I feel like they played it very, very, very safe, and they didn't take a lot of chances when it comes to mechanics and systems within the game. They just built a good feeling ARPG, they made it open world and MMO light, shared world, which I love both of those things, but it doesn't feel like it's really pushing the boundaries outside of that structure that they've built here. Some of the content in the game with things like the strongholds and the campaign bosses, they don't have ways to replay them really, like they don't reset, making them repeatable, which is a shame because they are some of the cooler things in the game. I would love an opportunity to replay strongholds and fight campaign bosses again because both of those things are enjoyable to engage with, but we only get to do them one time around. Feels like the scaling is a bit wonky. A lot of people kind of complained about this a bit in the betas, but it's true for release as well. You'll basically fluctuate between things being incredibly hard but way too easy, all depending on the gear that drops. Maybe that's just working as intended because this is a loot game, but the scaling and the difficulty of things does not feel consistent and smooth. It feels like you hit these hard walls and then all of a sudden everything's way too easy, and that kind of yo-yos back and forth while you play. Speaking of which, Tier 4 levels out a ton, and once you get good gear, it is no longer difficult, and it really doesn't take that long. Tier 4, as a reminder, is the highest tier difficulty. You get to Tier 4 and you hit this point where you gear up and everything is just easy, and then basically the rest of the game for the rest of the time is really easy at that point, with the only exception, and it's still good at least that this is here, is those nightmare dungeons, because as I mentioned, you will just keep getting higher and higher level keys that keep pushing the monster levels
Shaq,
higher and making things more challenging, and that is the ever progressing difficult. It's not infinite progressing, but it is ever progressing up to a point, because eventually you'll hit level 100, you'll get all your best gear slots, you'll get your best rolls, and then even those max level nightmare dungeons aren't going to feel that hard at that point. At least that is my assumption. Class balance still feels out of whack here, and I'm not talking specifically about endgame balance, but while leveling up. And while this doesn't really matter in the long run, it's pretty stark difference when you start off playing something like, say, the rogue or the sorceress in my example, and then you try switching to level up a barbarian or a druid. Both of those classes just feel terrible to start. Now, the good news apparently is that they get really strong in the end game, but it would be nice if they didn't feel so underpowered in the leveling process. So now, after going over everything, talking about Diablo 4 content, talking about my experience in the review build, what I liked, what I didn't like, how long do I think I will be playing Diablo 4? Well, my guess is it's probably going to take about 2 to 3 weeks before I am geared and leveled up enough to clear the hardest content in the game, which is moving through those nightmare dungeons that will scale up, right? And then eventually take...
Bro, this man said 3 weeks to do the end game level, like do the highest difficulty end game stuff. So you're telling me in 3 weeks he's going to be doing level 100 nightmare dungeons like it's nothing. Bro, the highest level we seen him got to was 68, bro. What is wrong with Force? Hey, guys, you know what? Everybody, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it, guys. Everybody just, this game's too easy, so everybody play hardcore if you're going to play this game. It's going to take you like a day to get to level 100, bro. This game's super easy.
Taking on that level 100 boss itself, which is what Blizzard has said is basically the pinnacle PvE challenge in the game at the moment. Now, there is, of course, a never-ending amount of loot that we can grind for as you search for perfect rolls and the highest end range values for various attributes and affixes on every piece of gear. But for me, typically, once I am geared to the point where I can clear the hardest or close to hardest content in these games, I'm pretty much satisfied with what I've seen. So
let me tell you something. Him being to 55 or that one point where he was 68, you ain't clearing level 100 nightmares, bro, or close to level 100 nightmares. You ain't doing it. I'm sorry, you are not doing that at 68. That ain't happening.
yeah, my guess is that's going to be in the vicinity of 2 to 3 weeks, maybe up to 4, depending on my daily playtime. After which, you know, we could extend the amount of playtime if I'm screwing around with friends in PvP, or if I decide to level up a new character, which then would add another 2 to 4 weeks to my playtime, at which point we'll be nearing the start of season 1, which there you go. That should line up perfectly, and we'll play through season 1 and we'll see how long I continue to maintain interest there. A lot of that is going to hinge on how much they mix up this core experience, because yeah, the core experience, I'm probably looking at about 4 to 6 weeks before I feel like I've kind of run through everything and I'm pretty satisfied with where I'm at. That said, as mentioned earlier, a majority of Diablo 4's long-term success is going to hinge greatly on how substantial and how interesting that seasonal content ends up being. What I can tell you is that while I do think there's room for improvement here, and I would have liked to see Blizzard take some bigger swings and
See, here's the thing, man. This is one thing that I don't like about reviews, and that's why, like, I try to not have reviews unless I have examples. Nothing against Force, but he has said, I wish this game's too easy, and I wish Diablo, like the devs, would take more risks. Okay, give us some examples to what kind of risks they should take. Because you just generalizing saying that Diablo 4 needs to take more risks, well, how? In what ways? Like, give us some examples instead of just being, like, vague. Like, super vague. That's like me, if he's, like, a main Lost Ark player, that's like me playing, like, an hour of Lost Ark and being like, yeah, this game sucks, man. I wish it was better. Well, how could it be better, War? I don't know. I just wish it was better. I got my fill, man. I mean, I just wish it was better, bro. That's all I can say. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I can really say about it, man, is I just wish it was better. Like, if that's his true opinion about, like, it, hey, Diablo 4 needs to take more risks. Like, okay, give me an example.
Try some more innovative stuff. All told, the core of Diablo 4, it's a lot of fun. I really enjoyed playing through it, and I am pumped to dive in this week and play the game with everyone else.
I can tell by the wrinkles on your face
but ultimately, the worst part about playing the review build last week is when the servers went offline, because I just wanted to keep on playing.
No, you didn't, you liar. You're a liar. You didn't want to keep playing. You were done after the first 12 hours of the game. Get this off my goddamn screen, man. Get it off my screen, bro. Yeah, it really sucked when the servers went offline. So, like, I wanted to keep playing that super easy game. The super easy and uninteresting game that didn't have enough content to keep me interested. Get out of here, bro.
You can see that somewhere around here.
Get out of here,
I will
man.
also provide a short overview at the end. Today I want to show you
What is that crap? What is that crap, man?
Barbarian looks like, and I have some footage here that I recorded. I actually managed to clear the high.
How you gonna bash your whole experience and then be like, yeah, man, I wish I could keep playing? Oh my God, bro. Holy crap. Yeah, that should be the meme. That should be the meme. Just take his face, put a ... in a big bubble that says, I wish I was playing Lost Ark.
terrible in this
Jesus
game
Christ.
that, I got to play. I don't know if this is going to be the final tier, but it was definitely quite challenging in terms of toughness, and you really had to, you know, like have a fully built out and decked out character to even have a chance of clearing it. So yeah, in the background here you will see the footage that I'll be playing now, and I will try to go with the footage and try to explain to you what's even going on. So let's go. So first thing here, this is a nightmare sigil. I'm pretty sure you've seen screenshots of this.
All right, so what's this thing?
Basically the keys.
Oh, so this is just him clearing?
And like you can see here, this is a tier 100 key, which I said. Like
tier 100 key. Hey, Rob's a goat, man. 14 million.
Is currently available. You can see there is always a positive FX here, like using evade leaves a cooldown.
Okay, so we know about that. All right, let's see him clear this. Let's go. Friendly voice, what's up, dude? Well, make sure after 12 hours you stop playing if it's bad. Yeah, I guess so, man. Cry more. I don't know if Rax is done. Don't skip stuff. Okay.
Here, see it. Activity. So these are like not really too bad for me. Like the
Jesus,
only,
7 billion. 30 water. What's up, dude? Welcome back.
Is the duration of the vulnerable?
Look at the vulnerable resist.
Is reduced by 60%. That's pretty significant. Because I do basically a lot of vulnerable damage. But you know, this was the only 100 key that I had because, like I said, it wasn't easy to play all the way up to those tiers, and even to craft them. Like you have like a 1 in 10 chance to get them, and it costs a lot of materials.
Okay, right there. I want to emphasize this for you guys. Rob is an OG. He's been playing Diablo for a very long time. He just said it's very hard, and he is a god at Diablo. He said it's very hard to get tier 100, but we got Force over here talking about how easy this game is. You guys formulate your own conclusions, bro.
This key, it will consume the sigil. It will mark the dungeon on the map. You can see where it is, and then you go to the nearest waypoint. And actually here,
yeah, Nelson, you do.
Misclicked. So it didn't take me to the waypoint, but now I'm at the waypoint, and
you craft the sigils.
Basically going to the dungeon.
Yeah, Rob is a legit source. Yeah, yeah. The sigils, you craft these. You craft those
to travel there faster. And what I like to do, you can like leave these little markers on the map. Those really like help a lot to just navigate. They give you like an approximate line. You can see it up here in the minimap. Like where an efficient path would be. It's not always 100% accurate, but still it's pretty decent. You also have a speed boost on your horse here that I can activate with my spacebar. Like you notice when I activate it, my horse is like going quite a bit faster. I would say like about double the movement speed. Okay, and then here we load into the dungeon.
Here we go.
So you can see now that we are at the entrance. You see Witchwater, and there is only a certain amount of revives you have in each dungeon. If you die 4 times, you cannot reset. The dungeon is a fail, the key is lost, the clear has not been completed. So you can see right away here, I'm playing triple.
Okay, I like that. So you have the affixes in the additional things that can happen inside the dungeon, but then you have your main quest in here, like free the prisoners, but then you only have a certain number of revives, so you can only die a certain amount of times. Am I in Cali, bro? No, I'm East Coast.
Shout. I'm basically shouting to get my fury, to get my toughness. And then these are like the first crush monsters. And you see my damage is actually kind of good here on this tier. See it vulnerable, procs instantly. It's from my Paragon Glyph. You see, like I can like kind of kill these monsters very nicely. And you can see like I'm playing a bleed build. Like these guys are all bleeding basically, taking extra damage. And what I always try to do is to accumulate as much damage with my Whirlwind because of...
Wait, what skill is that? What skill is that? Iron Skin. Absorb and then fortify. Okay.
Of my Gore Gloves that basically... make you stack all this damage and then release it in like a fiery explosion around your characters. So you see here, this room has a lot of elites. And we're struggling quite a bit. Also, I apologize for the footage here. It's cutting out some, like losing some bitrate or something.
Dude, look at how nonstop he's casting shouts. Like this is one thing that we talked about going over our Diablo or our barbarian whirlwind leveling build that I have for you guys in the Discord. Like, the shouts constantly being able to be perma uptime is insane. Insane. He doesn't have a basic skill. Okay. Holy crap, dude. Holy crap. Yeah, Fist. I'm from Michigan, man. Yeah, I'm from Michigan, Fist. We claimed, I'm from Michigan. I spent time on the West Coast.
Last wave
but
here,
I,
so that
I'm
one
on
really
East Coast.
helps out a lot. The wave itself does like damage in the millions.
Dude, his health
which
is just like
really good, especially
he's
for this
constantly
type, because
fortified.
There's like 5 elites here, 1 pixel. You can see my life. If I'm spending too much time in there, I'm definitely dying very quickly. I also have the iron skin here. It gives me a barrier, which is like very helpful. It gives me some damage. It also gives me some more toughness. And yeah, the first objective. Ooh, I almost died there. The first objective.
Yeah, he's almost dying on a level 100 barbarian. Hey, the game's too easy, bro. Game's too easy. Game's too easy, man. This is nothing. It's too easy, bro. Give me a real challenge, chat. Why didn't you guys get me playing a real game like Lost Ark?
Objective here is to free like prisoners. I have 4 left.
I need a real challenge, man. I don't want to play this pre-K kindergarten crap.
I really need to be like mindful and careful of how long am I gonna stay in. I need to really have my buffs up in order to even like stand in there for like a second, because else I just die. And yeah, the barb is really reliant on challenging shout here. If I wouldn't have had a challenging shout, I would pretty much die like in 1 shot essentially, because they even take half my life with challenging shout and gives me about 80% damage reduction with my current stacking of skill ranks there.
What did he just say? What did he just say, chat? He said that the hits that he's taking from these monsters in a level 100 nightmare dungeon are hitting him for about half his life with an 80% damage reduction. 80%. And the monsters are still hitting for that much.
So you notice here I'm always trying to lure the way or kill the monsters before I click the objectives, because if they touch me without my buffs up, like I'm insta dead. Then these elites here I can like comfortably skip, because you don't need to kill every elite. In fact, the elites are like very, very dangerous here, and I was mainly focusing on the objectives to kill the final boss, to get the experience, to get the glyph experience, to get the upgrades.
Dude, bro, I'm telling you, this is the last mention I'm gonna say about Forrest. I like his content, no hate against him or anything, but I think it's an L take on Diablo, because I know exactly what he did. I can tell you exactly what he did. I trust Rob over anything that Forrest could ever say, or anybody who's just like got to play the game because they're a big creator and like normally don't play ARPGs like that. This is what Forrest did. He got the game. He played through the campaign. All right, I can tell you about the campaign. I experienced Hell Tides. I did them 1 time for 1 hour. All right, I did Tree of Whisperers. I turned in, I don't know, 20 bounties. All right, and then I fought 1 world boss, which happened to spawn this guy, who, by the way, is super uninteresting and kind of lame. And then I experienced a level, what was it on his video? A level 7 or a level 14 nightmare dungeon. Yeah, man. The game's not hard. I got to the end game. The end game is the nightmare dungeons, and I did one. It was a level 1 nightmare dungeon, but I did it. So, yep. There you go. There's my review. Like, that's it.
And all that stuff. So next thing
that's
here
exactly
in this
what
build,
happened.
You can see me
I can
like,
guarantee you
doing,
that.
Quite some good amount of damage, because I managed to accumulate quite a lot of damage here with these trash monsters and explode them. But then they also explode me. So you see how easy it can be to die here, basically.
Wow.
But yeah, if we watch that one final time, I'm gonna try to stop. You see, there's like a 600 million explosion of accumulated damage.
600 million explosion?
And then I think they do some poison explosion or something that basically one-shots me, even though I had my buffs up. So yeah, if you die, sometimes there's a checkpoint.
Yeah, me and Veal Shot are coming up for sure. Me and Veal Shot are coming up for sure. Me and Vealshot are coming up for sure. 600. Yeah, 600K. What do you say? 600 million? Let's back it up real quick.
Is an explosion or something that basically one-shots me, even though I had my buffs up. Of accumulated damage I did.
Oh, crap.
Of accumulated damage.
Yeah, no, that's 600 million. Yeah, that's 600 million. Holy shnikes. Jareth, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. He said 600 million. Glass Farm, welcome back, dude. Maxwell updated. Join us over on YouTube, brother.
Damage I did with Whirlwind. And then I think they do some poison explosion or something that basically one-shots me, even though I had my buffs up. So yeah, if you die, you...
I don't think the damage is going to be like that, like D3. Rob is a min-maxer. You got to keep that in mind. Like, when he's playing, he's min-maxing to, like, the fullest. This Barbarian is completely decked out. Completely decked out.
Sometimes there's a checkpoint. I'm not really sure about the exact mechanics, but most of the time I just respawn at the beginning of a dungeon. And you see I only have 3 revives left now. 1 is gone. So if I die 3 more times, the run is over. But yeah, thankfully I managed to, like, I think I avoided further death. But yeah, you can see here, like, I was trying a bit in the 90s, and my equipment is not broken. It would be red. It's like orange, so it's like close to breaking.
Yeah, I would run one if I saw Rob.
I definitely like shouldn't die anymore. And you see here, like, they touch me, and the damage is insane. Like, without my barrier, without my fortify, I would be dead there, right there. So that's why I stack all these defensive buffs. They're just required.
Dude.
Here again, this elite is applying some poison that really, really hurts. Okay, here's the next objective. I have to kill these ward things. And I think here I also gathered, like, quite a lot of elites. So it's mostly about surviving in these tiers. Like, my DPS, at least on this Whirlwind build I'm playing, and also other builds. I was playing a Rend bleed build.
Now he's doing a bleed build, keep in mind. That's, you know.
They were similar in DPS output. A bit worse in, like, movement speed and stuff, but DPS output was actually rather similar.
That damage amount is dumb.
Yeah, you see here.
Well, the damage amount, like, you're at level 100 with, like, a maxed out Paragon board. You should do this damage at this point. You shouldn't be doing this damage at, like, level 50 or 60. You know what I mean?
I have to do quite a bit of kiting, so I can't just, like, face tank at everything. And I actually managed to kill the objective here. And yeah, these elites are very hard to kill. So I decided to skip them, basically. I only have 1 objective left before I have to fight the boss. And this build is really like an AoE focused build, but you will see later on the boss fight. I just realized that there was no objective down here, so I need to head up again. And you can see, like, all my buffs up here. Like, this is an armor buff here. It gives me lots of toughness. These are my this is my challenging shot. Gives me another toughness
Fist,
buff.
you mother.
Damage buff.
Oh, Fist, I hate you. I see what you
did. This other one is
did.
a bleed buff that I get. This one is limitless rage, the 60 stacks. I'll go over the gear, or you check out the video I posted a couple days ago. And yeah, the final objective here is on the left side. So I'm trying to clear that run.
Rob's an OG,
and
man.
if there's good density, I'm doing good damage. It's very similar to, like, the Barber.
But look how fast the Barbarian is.
Diablo 3,
Wizard King, what's
like,
up,
you
dude?
basically accumulate damage from trash, then you kill it with a big explosion.
Like, look how fast the Barb
but here
is.
you can see on the boss fight, my damage is not the best. I'm still getting, like, some decent bleeds in. And I have to dodge a couple things here because I do have challenging
the shout reset is
downtime
insane.
when there's only 1 target. Right now I have it permanently. But sometimes if it's a single target, because he has ads, and I should really wait for the ads before I activate my Warcries. You can see here if the boss HP bar turns blue, that's where I'm doing my most damage, because that's where I apply vulnerable. But it's on lucky hits, so I don't have it permanently. So here I managed to stagger the boss, which also helps a lot with damage. And
yeah, like, so here's the other thing too. Guys, look, the boss is level 154. The boss is level 154. Whoops, too much. 154. 154, bro. Hey, by the way, guys, this game is super easy. Just to let you know, the game's super easy. Don't even worry about it. We're good. We're good. We're good. Hoagie, what's up, man? We're good, guys. Don't even trip, man. We're solid. We're super good. We're super good. Nothing to worry about. Super
good chunk
easy.
of DPS, but I really have to be careful because if I get hit by his poison's attack,
This is like a 2-minute run tops, bro. Super easy. Don't even worry about it. Hey, we'll all be level 100 by the end of next week. We'll all be level 100 doing level 100 nightmare dungeons. No big deal. And then you know what we'll have to do, guys? We'll just have to suffer in boredom until new content comes out, which will be season 1. And then after we can do everything in season 1 in a week, then we'll just have to like play another game until season 2 comes, whenever that is.
most likely one shot. So I have to like dodge a bit. I'm always going behind this pillar because yeah, it's really helpful to avoid his attacks. And yeah, we're just like basically spinning on him, fighting him, and you see like when there's vulnerable, I'm doing like 1.5 million hits.
Yeah, that's crazy,
and
man.
My bleed is doing like pretty decent damage. It's ticking for like 150k, like
yeah, no biggie, man.
Twice a second as well. So it's like some very nice additional
Get that
bleed
out of
damage
here,
right
dude.
on the target.
Good lord.
And yeah, we are just like trying to not die, trying to keep our buffs up. And
see, this is how the higher level should be. It should be a combination of being able to do like a few millions of damage, but you have to be strategic instead of just running around. Like you actually have to try not to die, and survivability plays such a big part. I mean,
you don't want to be standing in these poison things. And here I managed to stagger the boss a second time. This is due to my shouts. Casting them this often,
I mean,
adds to the stagger.
you could probably use like a
boss.
Dance Dance Revolution
We
board to
managed
play Diablo.
clear the Nightmare Dungeon 100.
That's
This
awesome,
was the highest
man.
tier again in this version, and there's also an achievement, Nightmare Grandmaster. That,
Oh
you
man, I
unlock when
want
you clear it,
that.
so this is my first clear.
I want that
And
achievement.
then you can see you get some rewards like XP and
Incredible
golds and,
Genki, what's up,
legendary
dude?
item,
Far out,
rare
it's so
item.
close. Yes, so
And I also
far, you got that right,
another,
brother.
Key, Nightmare Dungeon key, and I'm not 100% sure, but I think the tier 100 always drops another tier 100, and it never goes to tier 101. So I assume for now that's the max. And
Whoa, you hear that? So completing a level 100 drops you another level 100 to do.
and you can see the stats here. Like this is actually pretty decent stats. 9 crit chance as a positive buff, and the rest isn't too bad. The barrier one can hurt a bit, but overall.
Frosty, what's
not
up, dude?
too bad a
Welcome.
Key. And yeah, I'm gonna now go over the build real quick, like just hovering item by item.
Yeah, hold on. I want to go
An
back to like some of the
explosion or
mobs
something
and
that
just see if we can
basically
see what the
shot.
level is for some of the
I
characters.
would
If
pretty
maybe he
much,
hovers over one.
Die.
Yeah, so the monsters are also level 154. So he's doing a tier 100 Nightmare Dungeon where the monster levels are 154. But this game is too easy.
Like in one shot. There's also an achievement, Nightmare Grandmaster, that you unlock when you clear it. So this is my first clear. And then you can see you get some rewards like XP and golds and legendary item,
Well,
rare item.
Necro.
And I also got another.
Oh my god, Necro would be
key,
so
Nightmare
easy,
Dungeon
man.
key.
You're like
And
minions would just
I'm not
never
100%
die,
sure,
right?
but
Like I mean,
think the tier 100
the monsters
always
just
drops
don't do
another
enough
tier
damage.
100, and it never goes to tier 101. So
the monsters don't do
assume for
enough
now that's the
damage, man.
max, And you can see the stats
Hey
here.
Blizzard,
This is
thank you for
actually pretty decent
nerfing.
stats, 9 crit
You know what?
chance
It's
as
not even a
positive
nerf
buff,
to the
and
minions because they just
the
won't
rest
die.
Isn't too
The game's
bad.
too
The barrier
easy.
one can hurt a bit, but overall not too
Game's
bad.
too easy.
And yeah, I'm gonna now.
So
go
guys,
over the
everybody
build
just
real
play
quick.
rogue if you want to level up
Like, just
fast.
covering
Like the
item
end
by
game's so
item,
easy, you won't even
and then
die.
I have a full video explaining like how this.
You want
build
like
works.
it,
But yeah,
it's
this is
fine.
basically.
Just play
the
rogue,
core
no
item of this
defensive
build,
buffs,
like this unique
all
gloves
glass
really,
cannon,
like,
and you're
enables the
fine.
build
Like
to
you
be
have
able
enough
to,
HP,
like, clear this
you have
high
enough
even
life.
Because, like I said, you can accumulate the damage on trash monsters. Like let's say I'm whirlwinding on 100 small spiders.
Reference to the too easy part one. You can't die war. That would be weak, bruh.
I'm doing like hundreds and ticks of damage. In millions,
Rogue for the
and
easy
then I
dub.
accumulate them all, and 60% of it I can release at will whenever I let go of my will and button. And I can one-shot elites, I can one-shot
He has a video.
probably even bosses.
Force
with that
has
if
a
you manage
video
to,
on
like,
leveling. Yeah, I'm not
snapshot it
watching
or
that.
take the damage while you will win into the boss room.
Wizard
I've
King?
done it before. It's possible, but it's hard.
All right,
It really
that's great.
depends on the
Okay, so
dungeon.
we need.
And here, this is another unique that gives you barrier. Whenever you heal above maximum life, has a really nice synergy with some Paragon board system. Can be rather complicated, and you can go very in depth and min max a lot there.
Okay, I will. Let's
so
do it now. Let's just do it now. Demon.
Leanna Lynn relies on Spectre.
It's not that he's not legit. I just don't think. Again, I think he just played the game because he's a big creator, so he got invited because it is good content for someone who has almost 1 million subscribers and gets hundreds of thousands of views on his videos to help promote Diablo 4. So he's going to do a review. But you can tell like throughout that didn't really not like a lot. He just played it until he got to one thing and check. It was like a check mark. It's like a checklist. Like, all right, played, fought the capstone dungeon. Check. I did Hell Tides. Check. And didn't actually like play in depth. Like that's why he only played like 40 hours or something like that. So when you have this like checklist mindset and then you're comparing everything to Lost Ark, of course your review of the game is going to be bad. It's going to be like very like he's telling us how things work, and then he's like, yeah, the game's too easy, so therefore I'm bored and I won't play it after 2 weeks. So yeah, that's a bad review. You know what I mean?
Advance in here.
So from a business perspective, it's a good idea that you have somebody who's a big creator like that do a review on the game because it gets more eyeballs and more people on your game. Right?
Nice.
But when it comes to like doing an actual good review of the game, and it can be a bad review, but I'm just saying like you can't have an objective based review of the game if you're comparing it to another game that you absolutely love. Like you just can't do it. Like you there's no comparison because you're comparing the game to another game and basing your opinion off of that comparison. You're like, well, the bosses in Diablo 4, the world bosses, they look okay at best. Their mechanics are trash, and they just weren't that exciting to fight. Oh, but let me tell you all about how awesome the bosses are in Lost Ark. Like, so your opinion is already biased. It's already flawed, right? So, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I use the example that I have in Apex Legends. When I used to try to make content for Apex Legends, I used to do tier lists for them all the time. Like, and Bangalore's my favorite character, and I've always said she's always been like a mid-tier character while I was playing. And I've played at the highest levels in Apex. It's just like, she's just okay. But, I love her, but it's just, she's just okay. It's like, but it's biased if I go, well, there's clearly 5 other characters that is way better than Bangalore, but let me tell you about how much they suck because I like this character. How could you honestly trust my opinion about it when I can't be objective and give an honest review about it? Like, I'm immediately biased and flawed from the beginning because I'm comparing it already to a game that I love to play. Like, therefore, your review is already shot. Like, it's already chalked. Like, it's just... So, like, I appreciate, like, watching the video him explaining how things work. Like, that information is very good. I like that. But then when you just, like, down the game because you're comparing it to Lost Ark, like, it's just... All right, well, end of the video.
Hey, everybody.
Hugo, what's up, dude?
Like I mentioned in my previous videos, I've been playing and testing a pre-launch version of Diablo 4, and I have taken an in-depth look.
Hey, Ward, did you take part in the full game release? No, Juan, I didn't. I played in the early access beta and the open beta last month, and then Server Slam. I did not get invited. Which, that's why I'm a little jelly. It's the only time I'm jelly, because Veilshot is just a little bit bigger than me. Big shout out to Veilshot, by the way. He's an awesome creator. He's like 10,000 more subs than me, and he got invited to play, so I think I just missed it. I think I just missed the window.
At the barbarian class here in particular, I've reached the end game. I had a blast. So much fun doing the Helltide, the Whispers.
All right, so let's see what Rob has to say about leveling.
So many activities to do, fighting all kinds of bosses, and it's just amazing overall. I played my barbarian to the max level of 100. You can see here in this video I'm 99. I did that so I could like test the journey and basically...
Trust me, guys, if I got invited to play during that 10 days, you wouldn't have seen me live. You just wouldn't have seen me live. You would have been like, War, why haven't you streamed for 2 weeks? Well, guys, I have a big announcement for you.
Enjoy the game on a true endgame character, as well as test various builds, of which there will be a lot of videos coming and talking about the different
yeah,
advantages
Reed,
and
this is
different
live footage, or not
Barbarian
live, but
class
it's footage
offers
from
in
these
E4.
creators.
Spoiler alert, there are a lot of
Cal,
them.
what's up, dude? Saw the IGN review, not to mention Diablo being in Diablo 4.
And it took me about 70 hours to reach this level 100. But
So Rob just said 70 hours to 100. There you guys have it. 70 hours. He got to play for 9 days. 9 days, 70 hours. So there's 216 hours total in the 9 days, right? And he got to play in 70 of them. It took him 70 hours. So it's literally 3 days. It took him 3 days to get to level 100. That's insane. Rob, yeah, Demon. Rob's not human, man. He's a machine. This man is a goddamn Terminator, bro. He's a goddamn Terminator, dog. Holy crap, bro. Yeah, 4 days. I'm sorry, Juan. Thank you. Yeah. 4 days. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because it's 72 hours. Yeah, yeah. Well, 72 hours is 3 days. So, yeah, I was right. It's a little over 3 days. Or no, it said 70 hours? Yeah, it took him 3 days to get to 100. Like, in theory, it could have taken him like 4 or 5 days, depending on how many hours he played. But what? Why did come? What? Holy crap! No, he wasn't. Yeah, yeah. But holy crap! So think about it. So let's think about it. Let's go 70 hours, right? 70 hours. And let's say you played for, you just played for 12 hours. 12 hours on a brand new game is nothing, right? So in the first 5 days, you can get to 100 if you're grinding efficiently. Rob's a fucking machine. He is a machine. That's insane, guys. Holy crap, man.
But I did so like testing a lot of mechanics, checking out the meta strats, checking exactly how the experience mechanics and how experience works in this game, and playing somewhat unoptimized, at least during.
Okay, hold up. Hold up, chat. Hold up. The God, the Machine. Merritt, what's up, man? Welcome. This man just said that he was testing things, doing things, and he was doing it unoptimized. So if Rob was testing things and doing it unoptimized, now again, his unoptimized might be like my optimized. 70 hours to get to 100? Nick goes, wait, so was Force Estimate right? I mean, there's a difference between the game being difficult as far as like leveling up, because you can just keep, like, hold up.
To start. towards the end here, and this is the footage I will show. I think I was
Okay, so he was unoptimized at the end. So he was optimized until he got to the end game, and then he tested different strategies. Okay.
pretty efficient. You know, in the end, there's always stuff.
Okay,
to
so
improve,
we're
but I
good.
felt
We're still on track, chat.
I found something like that worked. Pretty
Holy
good.
crap. Donnie
And
DK,
I
welcome
want to
back,
share
baby.
some of it with all of you today, so you guys can have an awesome launch
Yeah,
experience.
all of it's upgraded.
When the game launches in a few days.
Yeah,
Basically.
Eric, each of these little dots is the upgrade. You can level up each gear piece 5 times.
So in the background, we have footage here of the final moment. You can see I'm only missing like
Okay, so that's the official statement. Yo, Incredible Genkai, what's up? So Rob took 70 hours to reach level 100, and then he said once he got towards the end, his experience gains were unoptimized because he was testing different things. Lego, what's up, dude? This man is a machine,
two-ish,
dude.
1.75 bars here, and the last level takes quite some XP. We will get into all of that. So yeah, let me just like show you the footage here and walk you along what I've been doing.
Wrong. Oh,
and,
did I say it
what's going
backwards?
on,
I said it
basically.
backwards, didn't I?
But this is my barbarian.
So he was insufficient or unoptimized early, and he was optimized end game. Yeah. Sorry, Demon. I said it backwards. So Rob took 70 hours, chat, to get to level 100. In the early stages, he was unoptimized. And then once he got to the end game, he was optimized in his leveling. That's crazy. This guy is a machine.
First of all, I'm drinking a potion because they give you bonus experience. These elixirs, they give, I think, 5% additive. So it's pretty decent. So this is a nightmare dungeon.
Holy crap.
And it has a specific tier that you want to farm, basically.
Look at he's doing a tier 54 and the monsters are level 108.
Because in Diablo 3 and Diablo 4, also in Diablo 2, your character level is always compared to the monster level. And you can see these monsters here, when I find another one, they are level 108. And notice I'm about 10 levels lower than them.
Okay.
And because these monsters are higher
James,
level
what's
than
up,
me,
dude?
I'm getting an XP bonus killing them because they are hard to kill. Their armor scaling, basically I deal less damage to them. But I also take more damage because I need a higher armor to basically tank the damage of the high level. But as these monsters are so hard, the game rewards you with some extra XP. And from my testing, this extra XP is about 25% on 4 to 5 level difference.
Yeah, Ghost Wolf. I got LEDs, yeah. I think there is a difference between Rob's unoptimized. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I was saying, Genkai. I was like, Rob's unoptimized is probably my optimized. Been watching for a while on TV. Can't have it. Hey, no worries, James. I appreciate you being here, man.
So if you are...
What do you guys mean by, Reed, what do you guys mean by optimized and unoptimized? So I'm going to use D3 as an example. So when you're optimizing your gameplay, that means you're doing things very efficiently. That means you're not lollygagging. You're not taking an insane amount of time to look at gear pieces. You're not spending a lot of time in town doing things. You're not spending a lot of time, trying to level things up or oh, this gem looks cool or all this. Optimizing is spending your entire time efficiently. So in Diablo 3 terms, if I'm doing, hey, I'm going to do a session of Greater Rift farming. I'm going to do GR100s. I can complete GR100s in 2 minutes. And I know I can complete 30 Greater Rifts per hour. So what this means is when I'm doing Greater Rifts, I'm doing 3 back to back to back. I go back to town. I get rid of my items. I use my blood shards. And then I immediately start into another one. I spend no longer than 30 seconds in town. And then you rinse and repeat. That's being optimized with your time. If you're oh, I'm going to do this nightmare dungeon, and then I'm going to go all the way across the map and do this one dungeon for this aspect, and then I'm going to go back to town, and I'm going to mess around in my stash, and then I'm going to go try to roll my obols. That is unoptimized. You're taking too much time doing all this other nonsense when, like in Rob's case, the goal is to get to level 100. So it's getting to level 100 the most efficient way possible. Now, because he's so good, his like optimized or unoptimized time about like looking at gear pieces, leveling stuff up is a lot faster than a normal player. That's why, like when I said when we were doing bounty runs or something, and I'm like, don't spend all this time picking up legendaries. Like all we're doing is just doing the bounties and then getting out. And we complete bounty runs in 5 acts in 10 minutes. But if you're taking all this time to pick up every single item, now you're not being optimized or efficient with your time. So therefore you need to go do something else. Because it's all about optimizing your time. That's all it is. Claire, what's up? Goes, it probably takes me 2 to 3 weeks to reach level 80. The game is 90 USD. I'm taking my sweet time with it. Absolutely, man. But that's what optimizing your time is. So basically what Rob is saying is that in the early stages, until he got to like end game, let's say it's 80. Until he got to 80, he was unoptimized because he was getting gear, doing all this stuff. But from 80 to 100, he was optimized because he said he tested experienced strategies. So he figured out the way to gain EXP the most efficient way possible and then did that. And then that's all he did. He didn't care about gear, probably. He didn't care about anything else. It's just doing this one thing the most efficient way possible. It's limiting your downtime. Yep.
Like 4 to 5 levels lower than the monster. You get a very nice
Ghost,
bonus
I love
up
the
until
lights,
then.
man. I need to
And
get some
then
more
the
stuff
XP
back here.
even keeps scaling up by a certain linear amount, basically into, linear amount. You get a very nice bonus up until then. And then the XP even keeps scaling up.
So guys, he said that when you're doing these nightmare dungeons, he's level 99. The monsters are about 10 levels higher than him. And every 4 to 5 levels, he's gaining an additional 25% XP because of how much harder the monsters are.
By a certain linear amount, basically into the very end game where monsters are like level 150 on Nightmare Dungeon 100.
Let's go.
But you always got to consider the kill speed. Like it will take you a lot longer to kill those monsters. So you kind of want to find, the sweet spot in the middle where you can basically kill the monsters very efficiently, very fast, but not fast.
Oh, Claire, trust me, man. We are doing a lot of stuff. I really wish I got access to all this stuff for you guys. But as the game is playing, I will have build guides, strategy guides, tips and tricks, everything for you guys, man. It's going to be great.
Like 2 difficult monsters, so the kill speed doesn't suffer, but also don't fight easy monsters, so the XP bonus don't suffer. And I found to be, for my build, at least on the high levels, that sweet spot to be about 10 levels. Like it doesn't really matter if it's like +1 or -1. It's really whatever. And in order to farm this XP, or in order to get this monster levels, like the only reliable place I found was the Nightmare Dungeons, because this Nightmare Dungeon basically allows you to choose which Nightmare Dungeon tier you want to do if you have the appropriate keys and the appropriate materials to craft those keys. And obviously the power to clear them efficiently as well. And you can see here, I'm using a build that is
so
basically
fast,
completely
Holy
based
crap.
around speed and AoE damage, which is the Whirlwind Barbarian, one of the strongest Barbarian builds. I will have the full build explanation video linked in the description below, so if you want to check that out. I will also provide a short overview here towards the end. But yeah, so you basically play like a Nightmare Dungeon that's about 10 tiers higher than your current character, if you can do it very fast. And you can see here, like I'm basically like crushing this content. And I chose, obviously you can't always choose your dungeon because you have to have the key, and the key is always of a certain dungeon. But this dungeon here, I stacked up a couple keys during my farming session. And this dungeon here in particular, you can see with all these spiders.
Yes, it is one.
And when you kill them, they split into even more spiders. And my build scales with amount of targets. Like the more targets there are.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh my God, that's so cool. Oh my God, that's so sweet. So basically, when like what Rob was doing was finding a dungeon that has a certain mob type and has a certain condition on it, where the spiders split into more spiders because he's an AoE build, which benefits his build. So it allows him to clear this dungeon even faster. And he is suggesting that you do nightmare dungeons where the monster levels are about 10 tiers higher than you to gain the most amount of XP. Because in this scenario, he's doing this efficiently and very, very fast and gaining the most XP he could gain. The one condition with all this, though, is that he has to find the particular dungeon that would benefit his build the most. So, for example, like because his build is an AoE build, this dungeon with the spiders splitting into more spiders benefits AoE damage. That's crazy, man. That's next level.
The more damage I basically do.
Okay.
And also, the more targets there are, the more monsters you kill, and the more XP and items you get. So this dungeon in particular is very, very strong and effective
that's
to
cool.
Get this all these requirements basically. Because you have like rather easy objectives and you have a lot of monsters. So the only downside of this dungeon you can see here is the boss fight. I mean, obviously I killed the boss very fast, but the boss fight is just like not that much XP per hour. Like here, like all this time I'm spending here, I'm not really gaining much XP. But you can see I got about like, I don't know, like 5% of my level doing this run or something.
It's not bad.
And the run like only took 2 minutes or something. Like you definitely want to do them fast if you have the keys. So I loot the stuff. I also had to kill some stragglers. Sometimes you have to wait. You upgrade your glyphs. Now I'm porting back to town, and now comes a pretty trick that saved me a lot of time, because whenever you open Nightmare Dungeon, you have to walk there. But if you already did a Nightmare Dungeon that has the same key, so Blind Bros is this dungeon, and I have 2 more keys, so I can just now open another key and then use my existing town portal to
that's next level, guys.
Not only reset the dungeon by opening the key, but also to be ported into the entrance of the dungeon right away. So you can see me here. I'm spawning in a dungeon again.
Oh, that's clutch, bro. So you farm up the keys for a certain dungeon type, Blind Burrows. You complete it. You go back to town. You pop another key, go back through your portal, and you're right at it. Because otherwise you have to walk all the way to the dungeon. Oh my God, walking to the dungeon sucks. This is next level.
It's a new key. It's the same tier, similar tier. And the monsters are refreshed. I'm quickly sorting out my inventory because, selling or salvaging your loot, like it's all an XP loss in the end.
Oh, that's
so
lit.
If you care for XP, you're basically always going, like you're never in town. Town is lava, like some streamers would say. So here I am in the next dungeon, and you see here I'm always trying to accumulate the damage and releasing it here, this fire explosion, releasing it here on the targets. It's hitting for a couple million, and boom, it's killing them.
Oh, that's clutch, man.
This is due to a mechanic on my Gore unique bracers that basically allows me to accumulate the damage while I whirlwind and then release it in a fire explosion whenever I stop whirlwinding. And this is like the little explosions that you see every now and then when I release it. And you see it's hitting for, I've been spinning on like 100 spiders and it's hitting for like,
that's
see
insane,
here, like
man.
700 million. I've seen hits in the billions.
700 million?
It is just a very, very strong
the heck?
item. And obviously, you are never guaranteed to get this on your journey to 100. The whirlwind build works without it as well, but obviously it's nowhere near as strong. So this item is pretty important. But whirlwind works without it, and there's also other builds that evolve around. The same actually goes for the multiplayer buff, because I've heard like a lot of people say that it's unfair that you also get an extra buff when you're in the party.
How is
but
it
this buff,
unfair
guys,
that you
is
get an
not
extra buff?
really
You're
like
playing with other people,
that.
Which ergo makes the monsters even harder. Yeah, you should get more XP. Who thinks like this? What is wrong with gamers now, man? What's wrong with gamers, bro? Everybody wants everything so easy and on a platter. What is wrong with people?
Significant. It basically is another 10% additive on top of this 205%. If you drink an elixir, so in the end, it's something like 2% more XP that you get in a party from the multiplier.
Good
But
Lord,
obviously,
man.
like party play has other big advantages, and one advantage is, for example, like you could chain way more of these keys, right? Because every player
Yep.
has the chance to find
Right.
these Nightmare Dungeon keys, and
Yep.
maybe I can run this dungeon instead of 3 times. I can run it, 3 times 4, 12 times in a row. So one thing I do
I can't believe Roz said that players are complaining that when you play in groups, you get more XP. Are you serious? What is wrong with gamers, bro? What's wrong with gamers, man? What has happened? What's happened to our community, guys? What has happened? Hey, I'm a little sissy gamer. I can't find anybody to play with. It's not fair that people who have friends and play together get more XP than me. That's not fair. This is bullcrap, man. Freaking bullcrap, man. DT, welcome back.
obviously still like look at the legendaries and stuff, even though I'm like farming pretty end game here. So
That's
I'm
right,
sorting
Jose.
them by
That's-
item power.
you're
I'm
dang
only
right.
looking at the highest item power, in particularly on the weapons and on the armor pieces. So I can like skim through them pretty quickly, and maybe some of you know it from Diablo 3. Like if you're looking at bracers in Diablo 3, and you see on the bracers in Diablo 3, you always need like element damage and crit. And a lot of experienced players, they instantly see, they need to look at the bracer for like a couple milliseconds, a couple frames, and then they realize, well, this bracer is not good. And you know, in Diablo 4,
See, now this goes back to the optimization. So experienced players can quickly look at items in the inventory and like from Diablo 3 and go, well, that doesn't have crit and it doesn't have elemental damage, therefore I just instantly trash it. Whereas like normal players who aren't optimizing, they're going to sit there, hover over it, and really look at the item. And then like really look at the next item. So therefore it's slowing down your optimization. Pepe, what's up?
it will take some time, but through like quite some hours of playtime here, I already
Hey, in this community,
get
guys, we play
close to
together.
it. Like I don't need to look at the item as long to understand if it's good or not.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, as the player base and everybody, myself included, learns more and more
Yep.
and more about the game,
Yep.
this will become even faster, obviously, because
Yeah, that's the same way I talk to you guys about in my D3 content. Like when you're optimizing, like looking for gear and farming for gear, like one of the main things I talked about is once you get to a certain point, like you shouldn't look at any item unless it's ancient in Diablo 3. Like, hey, I have my build. All right, I ain't looking at the item unless it's ancient. If it's not ancient, I'm instantly destroying it. I don't care how good the regular legendary is. If it's not ancient, you destroy.
Town time, in terms of efficiency, at least, if that's what you care about, if that's where you get your fun, and that's the case for me,
Claire, some people are really saying that. That's insane.
is
man.
really
You get that in Diablo
it's really
3.
important
Yeah,
to,
DT. Yeah.
keep to a minimum.
You get more XP in Diablo 3 for being in a party, but the monsters are also harder, which is the same thing that happens in Diablo 4. It shouldn't get easier because you're partied up. Like there has to be some increase somewhere.
If you want to, like, you know, play efficiently, and for me this is a big chunk of the fun of the game. Like I really like, you know, the game when I get to play like as effectively as possible. Basically, that's where I get most of my enjoyment.
All right, let's
So
see
I'm
the
here to
250
procs,
million
like,
crit.
I can completely ignore it because my character is so strong. Finding a unique here, by the way. My character is so strong that I have enough.
What? 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 Go back. Go back.
Storm here that procs like
Butcher? Butcher?
I
Oh my God. 300 million. 250 million to the butcher. That's got to be the butcher. Oh my god, bro.
I can completely
That's the butcher. That's the butcher, 100%.
storm here that procs like.
Yeah, that's the butcher. Look, Hook and Butcher's the carver. That's the butcher, all right. Yeah, it even says it. Butcher. It says it right there.
Storm here that procs like.
The butcher. He just 250 million the butcher at. Oh my gosh, bro. Holy crap. Holy crap, dude. All right, how many people are switching to barbarian? How many people are switching to barbarian? Holy crap, dude.
I can completely ignore it because my character is so strong. Finding a unique here, by
This
the
is
way.
also level 99.
My character
Yeah, I
is
mean,
so
true,
strong
but
that I have enough toughness to just tank the mechanic, and I don't even need to dodge it
bro.
anymore. And obviously that also contributes to the XP
Okay, so it
gain.
goes
Like
over
on,
here,
on
stats and
level
the tree,
when I was level 80, like I had to stand in this
crunching
bubble.
XP
I
numbers. Let's
promised
look.
you.
There's nothing more powerful than you.
Jose riding
Making
down
your
sword,
thing
nice.
happen. Really
Class
going
trained
for
here,
it.
convinced to be
Doing
barb.
business on your terms.
Who's to say every class that does that? I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe every class. It's just crazy to see that. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's kind of nuts.
While I was leveling,
All right, let's see the experience here. Let's
recorded
check this out.
almost all the XP.
No, Clarozam, Paragon starts at level 51. So once you reach level 50, you no longer gain levels. You gain, or no, excuse me. After level 50, you still gain your levels, but you don't gain skill points. You gain Paragon points. So at 51, then you get to start putting Paragon points in.
B numbers from like the beginning. And here is a short overview. So you see the level here on the left side. This is like the character level. Then you see the XP required for the next level. Then you see the increase. And, you know, it's not completely like linear or something. It's going to scale. And sometimes there are like bigger jumps. I think there's like a huge jump at here. At level 70, like the XP goes from like 4 million for one level, from 69 to 70. To like 3.5 million more, to like almost 8 million per level. So it's starting out like very slowly, like in the tens of thousands.
Yeah, I mean, look how much different it
it's
is.
skyrocketing into like the double-digit million number. And yeah, the final XP number that you need is like 22 million.
Holy
and I
crap,
managed to
dude.
farm in solo about in the end game. Like when my character was optimized, I could farm about 10 to 12 million an hour. I think
So in the end game, Rob said when his character was optimized. So if you guys don't know what character optimization is, that means you got all your gear, right? You got the legendary aspects and powers that you need. You got any uniques in Diablo 4, right? Any sacred items. You've leveled the stuff up. You got gems, right? This is optimized. Once you've optimized it, Rob said he could farm 10 million plus EXP an hour. Now let's look at this as an example. This is why Rob was able to get to level 170 hours. Because look, 76 to 77 is 10 million XP. So in 1 hour he gained a level. Then he gained another level. Then he almost gained another level. Then he gained another level. So if he's being able to farm 10 to 12 million an hour, well, yeah. No wonder he was able to get there so quickly.
I think that number is already pretty good, but it took quite a while to get there, guys. So you like in the lower levels, like on 70, man, like I think you'll be happy to, you know, to get like 5 million an hour or so, like especially on the lower tiers where you don't have the world tiers where you don't have the XP bonuses and such. It's gonna take like significantly longer. But yeah, overall, I think I did the solo in about 70 hours, and there was a lot of learning in there, a lot of like trying to optimize how it's gonna go.
So take this, guys. Take what he's telling us. So if it took him 70 hours because he had to figure everything out, imagine how much time it would take him now that he's figured out how to level. And he's sharing that with us. So we should be able to do it, you know, relatively quickly. Never worked before. Why work now? I don't know what you mean. DT, he goes, wait, you stream on YouTube and don't have YouTube Red? I don't think so. Pretty sure I don't.
And what I'm doing and recording at certain levels and testing mechanics and stuff. I think in the end, like for the launch, I'm expecting like in a group, you can do it in like probably like 55 hours-ish, maybe 50 even. We'll see how it's going to go with the service.
There it is. Straight from the horse's mouth. So Rob is saying that in a group, and you're being like efficient, probably you have to be efficient, you can get to level 100 in 55 hours. That's 2.5 days, like total time. 2.5 days total time. I'm gonna round it up to 60. Rays, what's up? What's up, dude? Welcome back. I'm sorry, who's this guy? This is Rob. He is a big writer over at Maxroll, and he's been playing Diablo for a very long time. He is a very, very, very good player. He's a very good min-maxer, a very reliable source, and he's a very, very good player when it comes to figuring out things. So, Demon says probably is not to say for sure. Well, I'm gonna round it up to 60. So, let's say it's gonna take 60 hours. Let's say it takes me 60 hours. Biggest no lifer in Diablo. So let's say, like my normal time, I could play 7 hours a day. Let's say it'll take me 8 days to do this. If I'm playing 7 hours a day, and it'll take me 8.5 days to get there. So we have 6 weeks. So in theory, if this is true, then I can get multiple characters to level 100. 8 days is not that bad when you really think about it. And that's at 7 hours a day. Now let's go off of Rob's thing. Let's say it takes me 70 hours because, you know, I'm just, you know, I'm an average gamer. I'm not a god like Force Gaming. And I play for 7 hours. So it's going to take me 10 days, right? Danny Boy, welcome back. All right, Race, appreciate you. But even at 10 days, you're still talking about what? At 10 days, there's 42. So that means I could put 4 characters to level 100 before the release of Season 1. So I could almost get all 5 classes to level 100 before the release of Seasons. I think Rob is a special case. Yeah, I agree. He's a machine. It makes sense. But we got to take the strategies that he's giving us, right?
Maybe 50 even. We'll see how it's going to go with the service and stuff. I'm definitely planning on, you know, like blasting and going for like an early level 100, just because that's also, in my opinion, the best way to power up your character. Like, obviously, there's no leaderboard or anything. I just like to do it because it's fun to me. Like, I basically like to play efficiently, and I just want to, like, you know, level up my character and get it to like max level and very powerful as soon as you can, because that's where the fun comes from me. And I know a lot of you guys like to see that as well, and yeah, that's what I'll be focusing on. And yeah, I'll be playing in a group, so these numbers they might get even faster. Like we'll see.
Right,
And
that's what
I
I
think
mean,
towards
guys.
like
That's why
season
we're
1 or
playing in a
something,
group.
we're gonna see.
That's why
if
we're
they
playing
don't
in a
change
group.
much, we're gonna see like the sub 50 hours, like level 100 for sure.
Oh my god, dude. All right, so check this out. You guys had talked to me about doing a big 24-hour stream on launch. I can't because I have to work, right? Like I got to go back to work on Tuesday. I got to go back to work on Friday, the 2nd. So let's say I could do a launch, or even like on Tuesday night when I could do a 24-hour. So that means if 70 hours is it, minus 24 hours straight, like I got 46 hours to go. And then over my next 2 days on the 7th and the 8th, if I played for 12 hours apiece, right? At least 12 hours. Like I only got 20 more hours left in my character's level 100, which means that in probably 5 days, right? You split this in half. Or you know what? Let's say 6 days, right? Split that by 3 more. So in 6 days, I could have a level 100 character. Right? Because 3 more days would give me... Let's see. 3 times 8 is 24. Yeah. So you just minus 8 by 3. Minus 8. Minus 8. Minus 6. So in theory, in 6 days with a 24-hour stream, I could get to 100. And that's at 70 hours. That's 70 hours. That's not like being efficient, after that. And that doesn't include group XP and all these things. So, am I going to blast through the campaign? Professor, we are going to enjoy the story. We're going to be watching cutscenes, right? We're going to be doing that in the story because I'm going to be recording a Let's Play as I'm playing to put up for you guys. So all that stuff's going to be there. But we are blasting through the campaign in that sense. Like, I probably won't be, like, when I talk to a character in the game, I probably won't be slowly reading each thing. You know what I mean? I'll be reading it. I just won't be doing it really slow. But we'll watch every cutscene, and then that'll be that. No, I haven't gone over any class changes yet.
And then maybe at some point they will have
Professor,
the
I will be
leaderboards.
enjoying
But then
the
it's also
story,
going to be a more
100%.
fair race because I understand now it's definitely like a bit of unfair advantage, obviously, that some of the people that either played the end game beta or that played like the closed betas or like, any of the further tests aside from the public ones. So the race is definitely a bit tainted here in the end. But I'm still going to have a lot of fun, guys. And yeah, I have a lot more videos coming, like where this is in a similar niche here, and I'm going to be posting a lot. So if you enjoyed and you got some valuable information out of it, make sure you leave a comment or leave a like, subscribe, whatever you want. And yeah, I have a lot more stuff coming over the next days. I'll see you all soon. Rob, over and out. Bye-bye.
You've got dreams. Might even be something big. Imagine what you could do with the right solutions. Secured against evolving threats and set up to make the right decisions faster. At Acrisure, we help protect and grow everything you've worked so hard to build. We are the brightest people using the best of technology. We are an extraordinary advantage for you. We are Acrisure.
Yo,
Thinking about going solar,
Bad Boy,
but
appreciate
not
the sub,
sure
man. Thank you.
whether it's worth it.
Holy crap, man. Thanks for the sub, dude. Appreciate it. Warlug. Also, do they put Battlenet name or character name on the altar? It's your Battlenet name, I believe. It's your actual username. Look at that. We already got GeForce driver updates. We'll have to do that after. So what do we take from this, guys? So, yeah, it didn't look like a gem tab. So what I take from this is this right here, guys. I just wrote it down. So it looks like for leveling up from what we know so far today from these videos is leveling up. Tad, shout out to Tad in chat, is farming Tree of Whispers, farms high XP. That's his experience. And then Hell Tides, we just saw from Rob, is the way to get gear, right? To get gear. And then oh man, I hate that it does that. I hate that it does that. All right, let's just do this. I hate that it replaces it, right? Nightmare Dungeons at plus 10 levels equals 25% scaling EXP up. So Rob is suggesting to do Nightmare Dungeons about 10 levels higher. That'll equal 25% more EXP, and it scales up depending on the monsters. Hell Tides will help target farm gear or just give you better gear in general to power up your character. And then Tad, shout out to Tad in chat, is suggesting that Tree Whispers is a very powerful way to farm XP. All right, guys. So what's the next video we need to watch? We did that one. I think Big Dog sent me something about this. Don't make this comment mistake. Let's see what he said.
Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. So I wanted to make sure I got this out.
How can you tell if you need a driver install? So down here, if you can see right underneath me, you have a little up arrow, and then here I'll switch sides. So down here, you can see a little up arrow, right? This little arrow, you can click it up. And then on NVIDIA, you can just hover over it, or you can see the little dot on there, and then it says there's an update driver available.
Before Diablo 4 went live. And this is something that we learned through beta and server slam, and I wanted to pass this knowledge on to you guys. This is the mistake that you guys need to make sure that you don't make. It's a very simple one, but it's a very powerful one, and it'll make a big difference in how you progress through the game. And this has to do with upgrading items. So as you go to the various panels throughout the game, and you go to upgrade your items, you're going to find out that upgrading rares, or doing anything to rare items, is far cheaper than doing anything to legendaries. Yep, what this means is that as you go through the game and you start, crystals are pretty common, and you're going to add legendaries, 15 iron, a little to the rare form. You want to, 4, you actually upgrade it into a legend.
What he's suggesting, I think I get the gist of this video. So what he's suggesting is that because it's cheaper to level up yellow items or rare items, you level these up to 3, which is the highest you can do on a rare. Then you put the aspect on the item, which makes it legendary, which then allows you to upgrade it more to save resources. Okay. All right, so Diablo 4, move your cam to the left. When farming XP, you have to be surgical, not efficient, so it seems dungeons are best. Yeah, and I mean, that's why, like, with Rob's thing, that's why that's so crazy. So basically, you want to try to farm the dungeons at around 10 levels higher, because you're going to get 25% or more XP, and it scales up. Like, that's insane. World Tier 4 is absolutely broken. This was the one from Vilshot. Let's check it out. Y'all stream was a blast, but I need to sleep. All right, Shadowcat, appreciate you being here as always, man. You don't think it's good XP anymore? Okay.
So I want to talk about why World Tier 4 was such an important milestone to finish as soon as possible, or rather acquire as soon as possible, because it insanely boosted my progression. Now the same logic applies to World Tier 3, which I had a video on earlier, and the same logic applies to World Tier 4. Now, you can see I'm level 69, so I was able to beat the capstone dungeon earlier than the recommended level of 70. And I actually beat it at level 60, so 10 levels earlier. If you're hardcore, I would highly not recommend this because I did die a couple times. But in World Tier 4, you might notice a few things. Now, we've talked a little bit about this, but in World Tier 4 and 3, we get a new classification of items. In Tier 3, it is sacred. In Tier 4, it is ancestral. Now, not only are we to get that new gear, we're also to get a bunch of other things. We, in World Tier 3, unlock Nightmare Dungeons, Helltide Zones, and Champion Monsters, which also applies to World Tier 4. We also get 100% increased experience, and it's more difficult in World Tier 3. And in World Tier 4, we get 200% increased experience, and they're even more difficult. Now, what's important about this is A, the experience, and B,
Danny,
the actual
I'll be
loot
going
that you're
over that before the
acquiring.
end of the stream tonight.
When you unlock sacred items are just items that are superior quality. What I mean by this is when you're killing a monster, you're going to drop the same magic items, rare items, legendary items, but they're just going to have a chance to be sacred, which is basically just better stats. And the same thing applies to World Tier 4 and ancestral items. Now, the kicker is these items, if you're assuming you're level 70, but in fact, I actually was able to equip items in World Tier 4 at level 60, so it is earlier than it suggests. You're able to equip level 100 gear at level 60 in World Tier 4 and potentially level 70.
Okay, real quick. Why is everybody a god all of a sudden? Am I a god too? I think so. I think I'm a god at D4. I'm just going to go ahead and say
gear
it.
at level 50 in World Tier 3.
We're all gods.
Because there is no level requirement after you've accessed that World Tier difficulty. Again, assuming you've accessed it at the recommended level, right? If you access it way before like level 30, then you can't equip those level 70 pieces of gear because they're generally going to be level scaled to 50 in terms of the requirement. So the key reason why we're pushing these is because if you can unlock these difficulties at all, and you can get a couple of pieces of sacred gear or ancestral gear, they're going to massively, massively boost your attack power and armor. And they're actually very easy to acquire. And if you acquire those ancestral and sacred pieces, guess what? You can now potentially fight the open world areas and get massively increased experience, which will then help you potentially
in his
farm
10 days.
higher nightmare dungeons or just enter into dungeons at level 70 in the World Tier 4, so you have a much easier time. Now, if I were to go into the game here, I just want to showcase how easy it is to get ancestral weapons and armor.
Okay, why is everybody talking about how easy this game is?
Because it is everywhere. It is extremely easy to acquire it. And yes, you may not get the right loot or items that you want, but at least getting the stats here is worth it. So if I were to go ahead and teleport over to one of my favorite areas, Yelazna, we were to go ahead and kill some ghouls in the area, you'll quickly see how fast we're able to get the ancestral pieces. And my recommendation is, even if a piece doesn't have the ideal stats, oftentimes they have a really, really massive, base increase in armor or attack power.
Shot started making content for Diablo like season 27, I think, is when I went back through his channel. I think that's when he really started making Diablo content. He was doing content for another game, and then he started doing stuff for Diablo, and yeah, it just took off.
It's generally worth it, and I would just recommend swapping over legendary aspects to those pieces.
At least I'm pretty sure not. Let's just double check. Because when I first started watching,
so I've maxed every class in every beta and played the end game.
Yeah, so this is all Diablo stuff. Yeah, season 28. He was playing Diablo Immortal. So I think that's where he came from. I think he started doing Diablo Immortal, and then he came to normal Diablo. Yeah, it looks like he was a Diablo Immortal person. Yeah, he was playing Diablo Immortal. Yep. Yeah, because all this is Diablo Immortal stuff. Yeah, so it looks like he started on Diablo Immortal, and then he came over to the other, like, normal Diablo 3, and then Diablo 4. So, because he didn't start doing Diablo 3 content until season 28, it looks like. Yeah, that's all Diablo Immortal. Diablo Immortal. Diablo Immortal, Diablo Immortal. Yeah, because then you have DM here. DM, the other guy in that thumbnail, he's a big creator for Diablo Immortal as well. Yeah, so look, yeah, he didn't start playing Diablo 3 until season 28. Yeah.
And make sure you're not extracting way earlier than you might expect, because you're going to be replacing gear all the way up until about level 70 when you unlock World Tier 4, because now I have a much lower amount of gear replaced, simply for the fact that I have way higher level gear because of World Tier 4. And you can see I'm killing a bunch of common mobs, which is pretty simple, right? Nothing too crazy here. We haven't dropped a piece of armor yet, but once we do, you'll be able to see that it's very, very common. And of course, we're able to drop sacred items in the World Tier 4 as well. So ancestrals are a little bit more rare than the sacred pieces, but they're still very, very common. So if we continue to kill here, maybe we'll find an elite. If we enter a dungeon or anything, we'll be able to easily find a lot of our gear pieces here. But maybe we'll find one from an open world mod.
I've watched a few of his videos.
There we go.
I just don't get
so
that.
after killing like 4 groups of monsters, guess what? We got an ancestral bow. And
I appreciate that.
My bow still needs to be replaced here. But with better stats here, because it's not my main weapon, right? So this is just like a side piece, so I haven't replaced it yet. But any main armor or main weapon pieces, you immediately want to go ahead and replace. Now, the one on the left here, you'll see it is requiring level 37, and I actually acquired this on World Tier 3.
I appreciate that, Knight.
Because it is a decent piece and ended up having the stats that I wanted. Now, you see that it says requires level 69, but that's just because I am level 69. If you do this at level 60, I was able to equip some ancestral pieces of gear, and the ancestral gear is almost always going to be better than the ones you already had on. And I literally just killed.
So guys, so I talked to Scarlet Witch about this. If you guys don't know who Scarlet Witch is, she is a Diablo partner. And I talked to her about this a month or so ago. So to become a Diablo partner, or like Andrea just said, is my agent sucks. So to become a Diablo partner or to get access to these things, Blizzard invites you. They email you and send the invite. So that's why, like, over the last 2 weeks, I went back through all my emails. I went through all my stuff on Twitter just to make sure that, maybe they did offer it to me and I just missed it, which is not the case. I just didn't get offered. So it's kind of like this right here, guys. So the devs tweeted out the Diablo 4 edition and how to qualify to get a Diablo 4 launch. This code is for the campaign and early access to the full game. This is eligible for creators. I can get one, and I have to put in here to thank Blizzard, and I cannot give this code away. So the qualify is to have an average view count of 100 people on Twitch, or to average views is 10,000. So I tweeted at where is it? So I tweeted at Adam Fletcher because he had posted this and I went in. So the requirement for 10,000 average views, I don't know if this is 10,000 average views per video, because I can tell you my analytics. I'll give you one insight. I get like over 300,000 views a month. And my channel is about to hit 10,000 subs. So I don't that's why I'm asking him well, is it the requirement per video? And I linked in my channel to maybe get access to this, which would be really good content for you guys. But this thing says an average views of 10,000. There's I can't see that metric in my analytics, but I get over 300,000 views a month. And I'm a small channel. So I don't know how it works, but I'm guessing this is an average of 10,000 views per video. So if that's the case, then okay. Because not all my videos average 10K. There's some that average way more than that, and there's some that don't. I mean, that's just the nature of it. But You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I went back through and like definitely like double checked everything. I just didn't get invited, man. So hopefully, like as we continue to gain more subs and grow in popularity and get our name out there, that in future events and stuff, Blizzard will invite me. I really hope so. That's why we're working very diligently and extremely hard to do that. Delete the ones that are below 10K. You know, and that's why we're trying to continue to grow this community like crazy. So, and another thing too, I'll just share this with you guys right now. So, as you guys can probably see in Twitter, I actually started talking to Chosen. If you guys don't know who Chosen is, he's a big creator over at Aftershock United. And Chosen Plays is a really, really big creator. He's got 84,000 subs on the channel. Big shout out to Chosen. But he has been gathering creators, and I was lucky enough to be invited. So now I'm in a constant conversation with him in the Discord and everything. This is where networking is very, very important in content creating. So this is one way I'm going to continue to grow and partner up. So big shout out to Chosen for like starting a relationship with me, which is really, really exciting. I'm going to be able to play with Chosen during Diablo 4. It's going to be awesome when we partner up. But I'll give you guys more information about that when I actually partner up with him and we're going to play. So it's going to be really, really cool, man. I'm very, very excited about it. And like inside even the Discord that he invited me in, I'll show you guys real quick. That's something cool. So like Diablo content, like I want you guys to know, there goes DM. There goes Field Shot. Chosen's in here. DM's in here. So they promote a lot of really cool things. And Chosen is actually going to be starting Diablo 4 with Field Shot on launch on Thursday. So he's invited me in. However, I already have my team that I'm playing with. So me and him are going to link up at a different time. But it's going to be really, really awesome, man. So I'm very, very excited about it, man. This is a big opportunity for me and the channel, guys. So this is going to be really, really cool. So I just thought I'd share that with you guys. It's going to be pretty freaking awesome, man. So, but you know, as far as the like Diablo partner and getting access to things, it's all Blizzard. It's all Blizzard inviting you. So, you know, hopefully they invite me in the future, and you know, I just got to make sure I stay active in the community, man. You see Donnie DK, see, let's go, dude.
It's over.
So, he's a really cool guy, and I've been able to talk with him. So yeah, hopefully this, you know, networking is, I will tell you guys this, networking is something that I'm just like not really great at. Because I'm just used to doing things by myself and just like, hey, we're just going to do this. We're going to let the content speak for itself, and we are just going to freaking blast, and we're just going to make things be awesome. But, you know, networking is a big part of content creation, and this is one giant step for us on the channel. So it's going to be really cool, man. I'm very, very excited.
5 packs of white monsters, common monsters,
and hey guys, maybe I'll end up being able to play some games with Veal Shot. That'd be cool.
I was able to drop an ancestral piece. If you're able to kill elites, if you're able to do dungeons, dropping ancestral legendaries, ancestral rare items is going to be raining all over the place. You do not have to worry about finding loot that you kind of need or want in World Tier 4. And this is very, very crucial because, again, these stat increases are far superior than what you're going to acquire in World Tier 3 generally.
Well, I mean, hey, man, it's all about, so like networking is really tough, and it's all about like being active in the community, right? Like that's why I've been able to have conversations with Seattle Witch. I've had conversations with Chosen, inside Deoxide. I've talked to Deoxide and people have recognized me there. Who's the other one that is recent? Big shout out to where is it? Big shout out to JMac. JMac's a big creator in the Diablo space, And as soon as I started talking to him, he was like, hey, are you Warlug from YouTube? And I'm like, yep. So, I mean, it's networking and being involved in other people's communities and talking to them and all those things is really a big part of networking that I really struggle at. Oh, excuse me. So, but I'm getting a lot better, and it's starting to show, because now my name is spreading through, you know, different creators communities, and we're starting to link up and collaborate, and it's amazing, man. Applesauce, what's up, dude? Welcome back.
It's over 9.
Speaking, of course, you can get something that's worse, but most often than not, you're going to get something that's way better, which is why you want to get to World Tier 3 as soon as possible, and then corresponding get to World Tier 4 as soon as possible, because you're going to unlock gear that is way, way better at a base level than your gear you already have on. Hopefully this helps, guys. Again, I've spent hundreds, at this point, hundreds of hours in Diablo 4 and about 100 hours in this review build, and I've been trying to learn as much as possible. So if you want to hear more and you're interested in some tips, or if this video just helped you, consider dropping a sub and a like on the video, and I'll see you all for more Diablo 4 content.
Nothing but growth from here, folks. Love to see it and be a part of it. Hell yeah, let's go, dude. All right, let's see what Vealshot's endgame analysis is. J-Mac, does he realize how close his name is to being in the film star? Yeah, I think that's the point.
What's going on, everybody? So I have been experiencing the journey to level 70.
So what other
here
videos,
in
guys?
access,
If anybody has other videos for me to
I
see
played about 100
that we
hours,
really need to
and I
check
want to
out
let
today,
you all know
just
kind
link
of
them
what
down
I've
in the Discord.
learned and some things that you might want to
let me
know to
know,
make your
because I want to
gameplay
look at some
more
more
enjoyable,
very
or
important
just
stuff.
help you progress quicker. If you're someone that enjoys the
missed some
story,
morning
you want to
meetings.
take
Night
it
stream is
slower,
always worth
totally
you.
fine.
All right, Clara, appreciate
Love
you being
that.
here. Thank you
And
so much.
hopefully
We'll catch
some
you
of these
tomorrow.
tips will help you enjoy that experience. And if you're someone that wants to progress quickly, love that. That's me. And hopefully that will help you as well. With that being said, let's dive into the
We covered
campaign
everything,
and
really?
kind of how that ended up being. So there are no spoilers about the campaign in this.
Okay. Really, Rob gave us really all we needed? Okay. Because then you just got power rankings. Yeah, Rob gave us some really... So, Demon, you're saying I don't need to look at this? There was a lot less videos today than expected. I mean, I get it though, man. Like, so from a creator standpoint, like only having 9 or 10 days to try to get to end game and get to 100 and then record a bunch of content, I could see it being a little tough. Which video for Dobrunsky? Oh, wait. Is it this one? No, that's 9 hours ago. Is it this one? Full review? So this one, full review? Okay.
So Blizzard gave me full access to Diablo 4, and I can talk about everything.
Now, real quick, is Dobrunsky, I don't know him. Is Dobrunsky a Diablo creator, or is he just like a big creator that does stuff? Oh, he's a Diablo 2 player. Okay. Okay, he's a Diablo 2 player. All right.
What's going on, Diablo fans? My name is Dobrunsky, and today's video is going to be my full game review for Diablo 4. I want to touch on everything from character progression to itemization, navigating the open world, boss fights, and then finally wrap everything up with the endgame content. So there's a lot to cover in this video, and I should mention that there's really only technically one restriction of content that I can't talk about in this video, and that's revealing anything to do with the story. So I'm not going to do a deep dive into cinematics, although I will say that the Diablo 4 cinematics are fire. But anyways, guys, hopefully enjoy this video.
Real quick though, why is Dobrunsky stealing my backdrop colors? Why Dobrunsky, you in chat, bro? Why are you stealing my background colors, dog?
I will have timestamps in the description below, so feel free to use them to navigate between specific segments of the video. With that being said, hopefully you guys enjoy this video. Let's jump in. So starting off talking about character progression,
yeah, I mean, I really can't wait to play Druid endgame. It's gonna be sweet.
Entire Diablo 4 campaign as a Druid. I only focused entirely on main campaign quests. I avoided all side quests, and it took me approximately 12 hours to beat the campaign, and I
Okay, so he skipped everything. He just did the campaign, and it took him 12 hours. That's kind of cool. That's good info.
finished it at level 40. I did toy around with numerous builds throughout the campaign, everything from a pure werebear to a wolf werebear hybrid to an all-out lightning tornado build. Now I will mention that respec costs are relatively easy to achieve through the campaign playthrough, with it topping out a...
Wait, is there no new content in this, Andrea? Monster scaling is an issue. Like, is there any particular topics in here? Wait a second. Hold up. Not really? Okay, hold up. There is a few things I saw. The mount.
Around level 30 in the campaign, and it's relatively simple to navigate. You have 4 key mechanics. The first is a regular mount, second is a regular dismount, third is a combat dismount, which has a 10-second cooldown timer on it. Personally, I wasn't a fan of this. I would like to see it reduced to almost like a 2-second cooldown. You'll start to notice as you navigate with the mount that there'll be opportunities where you wish you could hop on the mount and then quickly do a combat dismount, moving from pack to pack to pack. This is something that I would like to see change in the future, but again, it's sort of like a personal gripe that I have. And then
yeah, that's a personal gripe, because really the mount is only supposed to help you get around in the open world. It shouldn't be used as a way to do combat all the time.
Finally, there is a spur mechanic that you can use to just temporarily...
Like, honestly, I'm surprised that we even have an attack dismount inside Diablo 4 off of this.
Speed up the mount as you're running across Sanctuary. Now, I did find one in-game cosmetic for the mount. This was towards the end of the campaign, and it cost about 3.5 million gold to unlock.
Woo! 3.5 million gold. Use this item to add a new cosmetic look for your mount. Okay.
Now, it's not necessarily that big a deal. 3.5 million gold might sound like a lot, but as you start to progress into the later tiers of difficulty, it's relatively easy to get that much gold.
See, guys, he even just said it, man. It's easy to get gold, so I wouldn't worry about respecking or having to use gold for certain things. Like, I think it's going to be fine.
Wasn't necessarily a super flashy mount, but I did want to note that I found one in-game cosmetic through my playthrough. Now, just briefly touching on the in-game shop, I know a lot of people aren't a fan of in-game cosmetics, but there is pretty much the option, if you want to customize every individual piece. But I did want to mention that you don't necessarily have to do this, because you can find in-game cosmetics through your playthrough. I do want to briefly touch on boss fights for a little bit. I think that they have been improved from the original betas a little bit. They do feel a little bit more dynamic, but there's still times where I just feel like they're massive damage sponges. Visually, they look great, and again, I'm kind of restricted on what I can show you, but there's definitely some cool campaign boss moments that I think you guys are really going to enjoy. But I wish that they were a little bit more dynamic in terms of their actions, and they weren't quite as much of a damage sponge. But again,
bro, what the heck? He's saying it's easy too.
And this is sort of just a personal opinion that I have on boss fights. And finally, I want to spend some time talking about the endgame.
Everybody's a god. Overnight, everybody's a god in Diablo. All of a sudden, overnight, everybody's a god. My little Lando, $20 for a mount is still wild to me. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Game content in the Paragon board, because there is a lot that you can experience in Diablo 4. So when you first complete the campaign, you'll be introduced to the Tree of Whispers, which will then populate your world with a number of specific tasks to complete that will grant you favors, which you can return to the Tree of Whispers
I just wanted to see the mount stuff. Oh wait, we haven't got to be able to touch on PvP.
Fun. I took on my streamer friend Barricade, his barbarian versus my tornado druid, and I can confidently say that the tornado smacked him around, and it was a ton of fun. But if you want to, you can actually farm monsters in this location to get seeds of hatred, which you can then purify for rewards. But it was interesting, when you started the purifying process, waves of monsters started spawning on top of you, and then actually any surrounding players will be notified on the map that you're attempting to purify these shards, so they can come in and sort of attack you and try and take your shards while you're trying to purify them. So it is a fun mechanic. And then on top of that, there is...
So wait, so when you're trying to purify stuff, you're going to fight monsters plus players?
is a mini boss that's very
And a
challenging
mini-boss.
that randomly walks around this location, so you can try and take him out as well. While it is like a PvP zone, it's not necessarily entirely dedicated to PvP. There's still some endgame content that you can partake in. One interesting mechanic though is that there's a cooldown on using your potions, which is pretty much attributed to damage over time builds for PvP, so you can't just spam potions to avoid this damage. But that cooldown is a little bit of an annoyance when you're just going there to farm monsters for seeds of hatred. And then finally, wrapping up all the endgame activities, there is the world boss events.
Dude,
now I
I
know
wanna
everyone has
fight
had an
this guy
experience
so
taking
bad.
on Shava during the Diablo 4 betas.
Now remember, they did say that when the world bosses just spawn, and when they spawn, it's a random world boss. That's why, like, with Force, he only fought a Shava. Because each of the times that the world boss spawned, it was a Shava that spawned. So, I mean, I do like that it is random, and I do like that it's in different locations on the map. So, I want to know how, like, how random is it they spawn, or is it like, hey, the world boss is going to spawn 2 times a day, but then throughout the day it's completely random, but it's at least 2 times a day. Dom, that's 2 complaints he has. Mounts and potions. Dude wants easy mode, apparently. A BZ.
But the other 2 world boss events are very challenging. Now, I can say this as having successfully completed a Shava multiple times during both betas and getting that unique horn cosmetic for the mount. That wasn't an issue. But I definitely did struggle a bit with some of these world tier bosses, so I highly recommend that you ramp up your gear, get leveled, and just prepare for a very epic and challenging boss fight. So
whoa, wait a second. Wait a gosh darn second, ladies and gentlemen. He just said the world bosses are hard. That's not what we've been watching all day. Okay? Everybody has said that the world bosses are easy.
So that wraps up my Diablo 4 review video. Between this
Eric,
press
what's
beta
up?
and the
Welcome back.
previous beta weekends, I have about approximately 100 hours into Diablo 4. I've experienced a lot of the content, and for the most part, I do largely enjoy it. The cinematics are great. The campaign story is amazing. There are a few quality of life adjustments that I would like to see, mostly focusing towards a gem tab. I just think in general, just having gems in your inventory.
Dude, chat, didn't they say that they were going to give us a gem tab? What happened with that?
Is very cumbersome, but outside of that, I largely am enjoying the game. Feel free to let me know in the comment section below if you guys agree, disagree, you think I missed anything, or you just want to add to this video.
Depends on the group. No, I mean, but world bosses are hard. I'm just trolling.
Any feedback is welcome as long as you're not a dick. Besides that, guys, hopefully
That's how I should do my videos. Hey guys, all feedback is welcome as long as you're not a dick.
you did enjoy this video, and
All right,
I'll catch
I
you
like
guys
that.
on my
Big
next.
shout out to Debrunsky. Let's go. That's funny. Knight, hey, you know what though, Knight? I would not be surprised. It's Blizzard, so I would not be surprised if they did something like that. Like straight up. Would not be surprised. Like flat out. Flat out, man. Yeah, he seems legit, man. That's awesome. I would not be surprised if they gave if they did a gem tab for DLC. Because remember, think about it, guys. Remember back in Diablo 3 when you got the when you paid for the Necromancer DLC, you got extra stash tabs. So I bet you they do that. I bet you they do that, man. Big click energy. Let's go. Waiting for Crip's review, but he gave beta like 6 out of 10. Dang, Crip. You sent me a DM VOD? Okay.
I played 100 hours of the Diablo 4 Druid during the early access preview build that I had available to me.
Yo, Juan, bad day. What's up, dude?
During that time, it was really my mission to get as far as I possibly could with the druid. I was mostly concerned with understanding the class, if it was going to be strong late game, and if it was as bad as they say early. So one of the things you're going to notice about the druid is that it is very slow to begin. When you're walking around, you're a slow character. When you're attacking things, you have to build spirit generation. When you're fighting bosses, you're melee based very often if you're doing the melee based builds. So you're going to have to be dodging abilities. It can be difficult when you're starting out the game. So don't feel too bad.
Not when you're getting hard carried by a group of dominant gamers.
If your first experience with the druid is, I don't like this class. It's very slow. I mean, it feels slow already. I'm only like just about to hit 22 here. I'm thinking it might be a one-shot god later on. Just see what happens, you know. Just trying to like put all my bias aside about what I believe about the game until I get to later on in the game now. That's a lot of people's experience, and it's a teeter-totter. The balance is...
Yeah, he's You guys seeing what I'm seeing? Is it me? Ivy Gold, appreciate the follow. Is it me? Yo, hold up, guys. I think this is him. This has got to be him. It's him. It's him. It's him. It's him, bro. It's him. Yo, that's fire, bro. I didn't know the guy from Workaholics loved Diablo.
What will come later in the game. The beginning of the druid will feel way worse than the mid.
So we got we got Blake Anderson and Jon Snow
to late game druid. Even honestly, you could beat the whole campaign.
Big
What I believe about the game until I get to later on in the game now. That's a lot of people's experience, and it's a teeter-totter. The balance is what will come later in the game. The beginning of the druid will feel way worse than the mid to late game druid. Even honestly, you could beat the whole campaign and still not be enjoying the druid. It did not get better until 55, 60, right around the mid game. A few tips for you when it comes to starting out the druid is don't be afraid to use some skills in the beginning that once you get some modifiers later, you might not actually need. For instance, if you want to do a werewolf build, it's still not a bad idea to try using the werebear pulverize for that enhanced overpower. This gave me some pretty good crits, and it also scaled in the late game as we talk about that.
Okay.
So let's talk about the mid game for druid. It's a good idea to make sure you have an understanding of what build you want to work towards. You're starting to min-max, you're starting to use resources to level up gear, you're starting to hit that level 50 so you can unlock your Paragon board. Right around the mid game, you start to see that damage per second is a combination of having the spirit to spend as well as having the damage when you do spend that spirit. And if you overcommit to just, I have infinite spirit because I put all of my legendary aspects and points and all that in the spirit generation, but you never really hit very hard, that can feel quite bad. The same way hitting very, very hard like One Punch Man can...
Oh, dude. Juan beat a bad day. That'd be really cool if they did DLC for the Primevals. That'd be sick.
Feel bad if you can only do it every 10 seconds or something. The mid game for druid is when you start to understand your character. Maybe you're starting to get a few legendaries that have some synergy. You're starting to see how the builds cohesively go together, as that's one of the cool parts about druids.
I mean, I'm gonna disagree with that part. I feel like if you're leveling your character, you're still gonna be able to get legendaries that make your character work, especially with the aspects, like the build that I have. Like, I think there's a lot of builds out there, guys, for leveling where, like, this build is going to work very, very well, and that's before I get any kind of other legendaries that I would have to find randomly on a drop. Like, I can get all this stuff before 50. Huh.
You can have a werebear and a werewolf build together. You can have a storm and werebear build. You can have a earth and werewolf type of build. By mid-game, around level 50, it's really time to have decided that. You will have experienced a fairly slow start, fairly slow
the end game stuff just looks so good.
mid-game, and now going into late,
Oh,
it
he's playing
really
with
starts
Echo
to
Hack,
pay off in a
and then he's playing with
fantastic
Deal
way.
Shot.
So starting to get to the 60s, the 70s, going into your 80s in the Druid, know what build you want, what uniques you want to run, what you're looking for. You're going to start to be able to recognize this item's secondaries are going to be strong for this reason. This is when I started realizing ancestral rares can be quite good because they can have better stats than my ancestral legendaries, and then I can re-enchant them, remodify them, and try to get exactly what I want on the piece before I choose to put a legendary aspect, etc. on it. Going in the late game, I started to notice I really should have done a better job at saving all the legendary high row of the aspect consumables so that when I go to the occultist, I have those perfect rows for the perfect gear that drops. It felt like to me that the Druid came alive post 60, level 65. Right around there, once I got the modifiers behind me by getting ancestral items from the higher world tiers, getting the better pieces of gear, getting the better legendary modifiers that I needed, that's when the class really started to open up. You're gonna...
All right, there it is. From DM, guys, boom. Demon, Fist, I hope you guys are ready to carry me until we hit 60. Okay, just saying. Just saying. You're going to have to carry me hardcore, bro.
Feel like you're clearing mobs very quickly. You're going to feel like, hey, I'm kind of...
Get a big backpack. Okay, big backpack. Because I'm a big dude and I weigh a lot. Okay? You're going to have to get a big backpack, brother. Big backpack.
Tanky, and you're going to be surprised at your own damage. You're also going to be surprised if the damage doesn't really seem to start to fall off. Like you ramp, but it just keeps getting linear. Though a flat line, I'll be honest, it isn't exponentially, but it's a fairly linear increase of power as you go down things like the Paragon Point board. Visually wise, now that we've talked about...
I can't wand bad day. I have to play Druid on launch. I lost a bet with the community.
Early, mid, and late game, let's talk about the visuals. The cosmetics for the Druid are insane. I mean, I'm not talking about the paid ones. I'm talking about the transmogs you get just by going ahead and scrapping gear in the game and salvaging it. You get that in your wardrobe. And all of those different wardrobe costumes ended up being really good looking. So for some reason, I was enjoying all of the cosmetics that I was running into. I could do everything from looking like...
Look how big I am, dude. I mean, you need a big harness, demon. Okay? And you're a barbarian, so you're going to be strong enough to carry me in your backpack.
Goku to looking like a deer to going back to full like fur skin, look like a barbarian basically. There was a good variety in the visuals in which I could dress my character. The visual appeal of the abilities are really fun too. You have lightning coming down, you have a hurricane storm going around, you have a big smash of a bear, you punch people. Even being a bear the entire time with the new unique chests that allow me to be a bear all of the time. Very fun, okay? In terms of voice acting, in terms of environments, and then you also have things like sharing your cycle and armor, where you can have damage reduction on yourself, but also share it for your teammates. So it's one of the more supportive type of builds, and I have a idea that going into the late game later on, being able to have a Druid constantly CC and stun things might end up being quite important. Holy fucking moly, bro. Now let's talk about some drawbacks to the Druid, and we've already covered the early game is slow, so I'm not going to go into that too much. But what I am going to mention is that the legendary aspects, in order to actually get the Druid to be fairly strong, you need everything. You need your Paragon board, but you really need a lot of legendary aspects. It wasn't until I got the full complete build that I started to feel like my build really came together. So the characters that are blasting through the content at the beginning, they're going to skyrocket them a very strong start, and you're going to sit there and feel a little depressed while you watch your friends skyrocket past you with these other classes. Now, there could be certain builds in Druid that are much better early game, but I know for a fact the one that I'm playing when it was going into the late game, Werebear type of pulverized build, is very good in the late game, but it is very weak in the early. And so because of that, and the ability that you have to actually get all these different aspects to fit, and it can be very complicated not only to figure that out, but to get all of the legendary items at all of the right spots. Okay, that can be a little bit
see, that's going to be really tough about like doing your build as you're leveling up, is getting the gear, like the legendary pieces, like he says, in the right spots. Like that's going to be tough.
Discouraging. So if you feel like it's fairly complicated, don't worry. it is fairly complicated. That's one of the pitfalls of Druid. It's not just get these 3 items, equip them, go, you know, shout and whirlwind or whatever maybe. You actually kind of need to have all the nuance of all the different pieces together. But if you like the challenge of it and you like the puzzle of it, this could actually be a benefit to you. Another thing that can be a little bit of a bummer with the Druid is it seems to have fairly good AoE and crowd control, but you seem a little bit limited on single target damage. Now maybe the companion build, if we really get the werewolves built out just right, could kind of change this, and there might be some of the storm style that could change this, or a landslide earth build, but for the most part it seems like if you're playing like the ones that are going to be really popular, which is the shape-shifting builds like werewolf, werebear, those single target damage can often feel a little bit lackluster, unless you're doing like Grizzly Rage and then just ramping up with more and more criticals.
Well, I think landslide is probably the best skill, single target skill for Druid. That or tornado, I guess. But yeah, I can definitely see what he means. Like in the time that I play Druid, like single target stuff is tough. But I don't know. I don't think it's going to be too bad.
Yeah, the single target damage can feel like it's going to take a little while to be able to develop, and there's probably going to be builds that are specifically more targeted at single target damage instead of the majority of them that seem to be targeted more at AoE, which really seems to be more of the specialty of the Druid, at least as far as I can tell so far. In terms of just overall enjoyability, the way it actually plays, there is a lot of repetitive motions, so you're going to be using a lot of the same ability over and over and over again. When it comes to the Druid, I think this is going to, however, be par for the course when it comes to Diablo games, so I'm not going to hold that against it. But if you're actually looking for variety of gameplay,
we should be good.
For a good in-game, if you're looking for,
I cannot wait to play this game.
For the properties when you're playing with friends, if you want something that thematically fits within the Diablo universe, like the Druid actually makes, is where I had to stop. But the Druid.
Alrighty. Less than 2 days. I know, man. I know. Okay, guys. Is there anything else that we need to really look at, guys? Oh, Eco Shack's in there too? Nice. Let's go. Do you want to see his takes on PvP? Plays well on console. Surprised about that. Yeah, Bad Day. It's really good on console, but controller on PC is very, very good too. Not that I know of as far as a review for Necro Minion, but I want to watch this for the mechanics. I think that's it, right? Okay. I want to check this out.
Find out how much your vehicle is worth right now at HindredCars.com. Just enter your
Macro Boy has a Necro review. You sent a VOD that has his take on PvP zones.
Hey, folks.
I've been asked a lot if the PvP zone is any good. I'm going to break down my experience for you so you can know what I experienced from farming the PvP zone for many hours. I did actually farm the PvP zone a lot. I got the cosmetic for getting the 100,000 shards for the horse. I wanted that for a YouTube short.
Oh, that's cool. Did you guys hear that? If you get 100,000 shards, you get a cosmetic for the horse. That's cool.
During my time farming that, I realized that there's a few things about the PvP zone you might actually like. First and foremost, the mob density seems to be fairly high. You can notice that in this videos. You'll also probably notice the goblins.
Dude, I can't wait to be trampling with my druid and just dropping landslides. It's going to be epic.
Spawn rate seems to be very high. This is actually the area that has the highest goblin spawn rate I have personally experienced. Keep in mind, this is anecdotal data. I'm not a...
So he dropped some good items. Okay. And a lot of Sea of Hatreds.
a data miner. This is only from my experience of playing the game. But I got more legendaries, I got more treasure goblins showing up, and I had bigger packs of mobs on average while farming here. Now, what do you actually get for farming this region? Well, there's events that can work for the Tree of Whispers, but on top of it, there is a couple Altar of Lilith in these PvP areas, so you might want to go for that reason. But the primary reason you're farming this location is for the red cosmetic sort of dust or shards or whatever they call it here. They're shards of hatred, I think is effectively the name.
Brother, you played 100 hours.
Collect these and you turn them in town in order to purchase cosmetics. Now, the cosmetics themselves don't actually gain you any benefit. These cosmetics are things like cosmetics for your horse. You can actually get a horse itself is the most expensive.
Wait. So you're only farming PvP for cosmetics?
Cosmetic, which is a horse with blood all over it. There are horse and mount related trophies.
God, Pulverized looks so good, dude.
Go on the
you just feel it when you launch it. Go.
Side. So if you're looking for cosmetics in a way to show off your PvP skills, or really honestly more how much you've been in a PvP area, as it's not necessarily you're not really trading in like the ears when you kill somebody. So let's actually talk about PvP and what happens. PvP for me seems to be extremely
My man's running
unbalanced.
Hurricane.
You definitely are either going to one-shot people or get one-shot. That has been the primary of my experience.
Damn.
There seems to be no return on, shout out to Slaydra, we are messing around testing this. There seems to be no diminishing returns on CC, so things like days, etc. can be infinitely chained. The game does not seem remotely balanced.
See, guys, what did I tell you about CC and PvP? I told you guys that being unstoppable is very important in PvP.
In terms of PvP. That is my own personal experience. That is mostly because most people aren't going to be the same level, and by the time everyone's level 100, you probably have already been farming this area anyway. So I would assume that most people that are hardcore are going to avoid the PvP areas, because if you meet someone who's like 5 levels higher, even if you're kitted out and they're really not, they're just going to kill you because they're higher level. That's pretty much what I have seen so far in the game. Now,
that's
when you kill
crazy.
Somebody, you actually get an ear from them. That ear doesn't actually do anything. It's just a trophy saying you killed the person.
Well, let me tell you, man, there's going to be people where their entire content and doing things is getting ears from people.
I couldn't find anywhere you could turn it in. I checked every vendor. I asked all the friends that I knew about it. No one knew what the actual ears do. So they're just a bragging right that you killed somebody.
That's the dev said that in the dev stream, that the earpieces are just a way to, like, you know, hey, I killed this many players.
You have collected their ear. The only things you get are these seeds of hatred, shards of fear. Yeah, they're seeds of hatred. You can see them on the screen here. The seeds of hatred are actually how you turn in and get the cosmetics, and that's from PvE farming. So it's really not a PvP zone where you're explicitly trying to kill people. It's more of a zone where you're trying to farm things, and the only time that you're worried about being killed is when somebody else wants your seeds of hatred, and they can steal them from you. So when you die,
yeah, I love the AoE on Pulverized.
Seeds of hatred. If someone kills you, they can take your seeds of hatred, and in order to do that, you have to be flagged, basically.
Oh, so when you die, you drop half of your seeds. So you don't even drop them all. Dom goes, I'm still confused. Please help. Is this always open world with others, or do you have a full solo mode? No, it's always open world.
Blood marked is what they call being flagged in this game. Being flagged in this game effectively means you are open to PvP. Now, you will be flagged if you end up trying to turn in your seeds of hatred. You can see there's a number in the top right corner which would tell you how many seeds of hatred you are carrying with you. When you take those seeds to one of the altars in order to turn them in, it's going to be a 60-second event where some minions will run at you, a very easy event, but during that time, you can absolutely be PvP. You are marked in...
So wait a second. Hold up. So in the PvP zone, you're farming for those shards. You're farming for the shards, right? So while you're running around and fighting monsters and collecting these things, you cannot be PvP'd. But as soon as you start to turn them in and convert them, that's when you're flagged, and then that's when you can be attacked. Why, like, if I'm playing PvP and I want to kill people, why would I follow somebody around? I literally just wait at the thing where they have to convert them. You just sit there and wait. Yeah, campers. Yeah, that's exactly what that means. So you have this giant area, because the dev said it's a giant PvP area, and you're going to be able to run around and kill as many monsters as you want, collect as much items as you want, but because you have to turn them in to get out, you're going to have extract campers, essentially. I think the PvP zone, they can kill you anywhere in the zone. That's not what he's saying. He said that in his, like, you had to be flagged.
Time that you're worried about being killed is when somebody else wants your seeds of hatred and they can steal them from you. So when you die, you effectively drop half your seeds of hatred. If someone kills you, they can take your seeds of hatred. And in order to do that, you have to be flagged. Basically, blood marked is what they call being flagged in this game.
So you can only be PvP'd when you are marked, which they call blood flagged. Or blood marked is when you're flagged.
In this game effectively means you are open to PvP. Now you will be flagged if you end up trying to turn in your seeds of hatred. You can see there's a number in the top.
So you're only flagged if you're only flagged, which means you're open for PvP fighting when you go to turn in your seeds of hatred. Demon, he just said. You become flagged when you turn them in. Can people flag you? No, he didn't say.
Top right corner, which would tell you how many seeds of hatred you are carrying with you. When you take those seeds to one of the altars in order to turn them in, it's going to be a 60-second event where some minions will run at you, a very easy event, but during that time, you can absolutely be PvP. You are marked. In order to do that, you have to basically flag yourself. There's also a boss that walks around during the PvP area, which you can kill for a big stack of seeds of hatred, and very often will grant you a legendary at the higher world tiers. But other than that, you're mostly farming this area for mob density, for the fact that it seems like a lot of treasure goblins farm here. I don't think the legendary drop rate is necessarily higher, but just having a lot of minions sort of helps that, and you're mostly farming here for the cosmetics. So if you're wondering the answer to, do I have to do PvP in order to be competitive in this game? In my own personal opinion, the answer is definitely no. You do not have to do PvP. The only PvP zone you might want to step into is the one in the north, because there's an altar that will give you a full Paragon point just for claiming the altar. That's my own personal take. I could be wrong, but that has been my experience so far within the game. The PvP zone is good to farm, but it is not necessary to farm. The PvP cosmetics do look cool, but they don't gain you actual benefits in the game at all. They are purely cosmetic transmog type of things. So that is my opinion on PvP.
I mean, it would be cool to get to farm a bunch of the shards to get the mount cosmetic. Like, that would be cool. But according to this guy, you can farm this entire zone. The only way you become flagged, according to him, is when you go to turn in your shards of hatred. When you start to turn in your shards of hatred, you become marked, and then that's when you can be PvP'd. If that's the only way that you can PvP, then people are just going to literally just sit there.
All right, good luck, buddy.
Hold on. Just wait.
All right.
Wait. Let me get a crit.
The heck was that?
I've been asked a lot if the PvP zone is any good. I'm gonna.
He didn't say it was the only way.
And you turn them in town in order to purchase cosmetics. Now, the cosmetics themselves don't actually gain you any benefit. These cosmetics are things like cosmetics for your horse, blood all over in a way to show off more how much not really trading in like the ear. You definitely are either going to one-shot people or get one-shot. There seems to be no diminishing returns on CC, so things like that is mostly because most people aren't going to be the same level, and I assume that most people that are hardcore are going to avoid the PvP areas, because not they're just going to kill you. Because kill somebody, you actually get an ear from them. That ear, anywhere you could turn it in. I bragging right that you've killed somebody. Things you get are these, yeah, they're seeds of hatred. You can see them on the screen here. The seeds of hatred are actually how you.
In Discord? Where at in Discord? Oh, those are cool. Deadly Dog, look in Discord. I sent you a vid that shows how to flag. Where? Your message. This?
Leanna Lynn relies on spec.
I mean, I'm going to say right now, if that's the... Oh, I have a message request. Why would I have a message request? That's from... I don't even know who this is. I was going to say, I don't think... Yeah, this is the one guy.
You turn in and get the cosmetics, and that's from people.
It's in general images. Oh, deadly.
Back here, and I want to show y'all the PvP zone today. You probably haven't seen too much of the PvP zone yet, and it's really important because it's actually one of the best places to level in the game. There's a lot of different places that you can level in, but we're here in the PvP zone. Of course, you have some of your sort of like typical vendors here. You have your stash over here. It's not appearing on my map for some reason, but it's right here. The stash is over here. But there's a couple of extra things here in town, so I want to show you how those work. So first of all, you have this altar of cleansing. Now, if you go in here to your menu, you can actually mark yourself for blood. And once you're blood marked, you'll see this little effect around your character. This means that you can PvP other people and they can PvP you, right? So if you don't want that anymore, you can go to this altar of cleansing, and that will remove that mark. Now, blood marking yourself can be very valuable because you can open certain chests that are only for blood marked players. So I'm going to go ahead and blood mark myself again. And then there's a number of vendors in here that can give you sort of like cosmetic upgrades, but Dinara here of Unsavory Oddities is super, super important. This effectively
is the one.
Functions like the purveyor of curiosities. So you can get, instead of getting obols for the curiosity vendor, you can get red dust. And red dust allows you to gamble on items that you can use from the PvP zone. So you basically get this for free while you're leveling in the PvP zone. Now you might have to fight other players in the PvP zone. So yeah, so if I grab boots here, oh, I got yellows. Let's see. Yeah, okay, yeah, there's some legendaries.
Danny.
Movement speed. That's I might keep that. That's actually pretty good. But yeah, let's grab my horse here. You can see here that the density is actually quite amazing. Like, look at all of these, you know, enemies that are just going to give us tons and tons of XP, tons of XP. And they're also dropping this currency called Seeds of Hatred. Oh, okay. So here we go.
Notice how he's playing Bone Spear.
All right, there we go. Boom. Now he's there. We go. Okay. Game is giving us the real. Getting us Treasure Goblin for that one that ran away. So that's good. Thank you, game. So we're getting these Seeds of Hatred. This is sort of the PvP currency. Now, if you die while you're in
Lee
the
Hooper,
PvP
what's up?
zone, you'll drop all the current.
So after watching about 20 vids, looks like Force was right. Looks very easy beating bosses in 10 seconds.
Seeds of Hatred that you have, and anybody can pick those up. So if someone kills you, you actually lose all your Seeds of Hatred, and they're probably going to take all of them, and you're probably going to have to kill them to get them back. There we go.
I want to see them come by a
That's
player.
A lot of Seeds of Hatred now. Well, not a lot. We've really learned how to farm these pretty efficiently, but you know, sufficient that maybe I want to turn in. So I go over to this altar of extraction, and I start this process. You can see here on my mini map this little countdown. It's 45 seconds total for the whole ritual. And it's going to spawn in a few enemies, just a few normal, kind of like whatever, really easy to kill enemies.
Okay.
But also what it does during this time is it notifies everyone that's in the zone that of A, where you are, so I'm at the Pallet Oasis, and B, that there's somebody there. So when you turn in, there might be a giant group of people that starts coming for you. So you need to sort of position yourself and get yourself ready. Now, you'll see there's this circle here. If you leave this circle, you actually stop the altar process. Let's see if we can do that. There we go. So I abandoned the ritual, and you can see up in the top right here.
Okay.
I still have my seeds. So ritual failed, right? Because I left the circle. So if you need to run away, you can, but your seeds aren't going to get turned in. They're still going to be, you know, on your character. You're still going to be killable. So make sure if you leave the ring that it's definitely the correct decision. So let's start this over.
Okay.
Let's get this going again.
All right, this is interesting.
Fortunately for me, there's, well, maybe not fortunately, because I kind of want to do some PvP. There's not really many people playing the game right now. We get
Funny
to demo
joke,
this
man.
world sort of like in a natural environment without any interference. Maybe the only time we can demo this without a whole bunch of people coming to kill us. But yeah, as you can see, the XP is actually quite good in this zone. So, you know, if you're willing to sort of like endure PvP, or I don't know, maybe you're just really good at the game and you're the person that's killing everybody and taking their seeds, you can actually profit quite well from this zone. It's one of the faster ways to level in the game. Particularly, I'll show you sort of like the best thing you can do in this zone. Let's get on the horsey. So here's the best thing you can do. You can do these events.
Okay.
So yeah, so while you're in the PvP zone, you can also, so you can see this is a Whispers, Tree of Whispers quest right here to do this event. So you're actually killing like 3 birds with 1 stone. You're doing you're doing your Tree of Whispers quest. You are getting sort of like the PvP currency. You're doing an event for obols, and you're just killing lots and lots of monsters because the density in this zone is super, super high. Honestly, I think at some point Blizzard will probably nerf this. This is very, very, very good XP. Or maybe not. Oh, and then we have the boss on our way. So the boss drops, he's worth a ton of XP, and he just drops a ton of seeds. So let's see if we can pull him into this. We'll hit him up. See, this is where the XP just really starts flying through the roof. So he's gonna come over here. He's gonna charge me right now. Oh well, he decided to go that way. Okay, whatever.
I mean,
nice.
Bone Storm looks
so I
cool.
can kind of attack him while I'm doing this event. I'm like doing 4 things at once right now, right? So I'm doing an event, I'm doing the PvP, I'm doing the boss, and just getting an amazing XP all throughout. Okay, now he's dead. Fantastic. Oh, and this is the end of the event here, so we're gonna get our
Doing this will be
chest
so much
here
harder
in
on
just a
launch.
second. There's that. So boom, look at this. This is just fantastic. So the obol chest also gives you Murmuring Obols and just a whole giant stack of Seeds of Hatred. So after all of that, I have 3,000 seeds, which is already, that's one set of gambling at the vendor in town. Let me get to a safe place, and then we'll. By the way, you don't have to dismount from your horse to hit your stash. We missed picking this up. By the way, this is fantastic. It rolled 4. What?
Dang, he rolled a 4 on that. Damn.
Holy cow. Unfortunately, this is where you can spend all your red dust. Your unsavory oddities. And then, of course, like we showed you guys at the beginning of the video, you have your unsavory oddities. This is where you can spend all your red dust. Hey, thanks for watching. So...
Okay, so a few things here. So a few things I want to digest from this. So I love that you can mark yourself. Like, that's cool, right? Because if you can mark yourself, then you can PvP at any time. I think that's really cool. However, the only other way to become marked to actually fight another player is when you do the ritual to turn in your shards, right? So let's say, chat, let's say that his assessment of this being a very, very powerful way to gain experience, if that is the case, why would I turn on PvP while I'm farming? I would never do that. I would never mark myself while I'm just farming. So therefore, I would only become marked when I have 10,000 shards. Now let me turn them in. Right? I mean, unless you want a PvP, but if the experience is that good, I'd rather do it without being interrupted. That I don't know. If you don't turn them in, I'm not sure. Yeah, I wish the events were just there because it's open world, but I wish he said chess, but I wish he would have found one.
Amazing fantastic. Instead of gambling at the in town.
Because he just goes back to town. He doesn't give an example of a chess.
Get bone prison with it, which is just you answer. All right, so we can just port back to town.
Yeah, I mean, I wish he would have gave a little bit more clarification on what kind of chest that I could open, because otherwise, depending on the chest, to me, there's no reason to PvP unless you want more shards and you want the earpieces. Otherwise, I'd rather farm without being interrupted and then just take the PvP chance when I go to turn them in. Because it's only what? How long is it? A minute?
Get to demo this. Start this over. Let's get this going again.
It's 50 seconds, man. It's 50 seconds. Like 50 seconds ain't that long. I mean, how big is the area? You know, I agree with you, Andre. It's definitely long enough to get killed, especially if from DM's video that you're one-shotting other players. So if that's the case, then, like, yeah, 50 seconds is a very long time. And then when you think about it, he was here, or he's here, so he's turning it in here. If I'm right here and I have my horse, I can 100% get down here before 50 seconds. Even if I was over here, I could get down here before 50 seconds. And if you're only one-shotting players, like, because you can use your horse. I mean,
curiosities. So you can get, instead of getting obols for the curiosity vendor, you can get red dust. And red dust allows you to gamble on items that you can use from the PvP zone. So you basically get this for free while you're leveling in the PvP zone. Now you might have to fight other players in the PvP zone. So yeah, so if I grab boots here, oh, I got yellows. Let's see. Yeah, okay, yeah, there's some legendaries. Critical strikes grant movement speed.
Yeah, I mean, once you're marked, you have to make it back to town after the 50 seconds, so it's not risky, only for 50 seconds. Right. What is the red dust cap? It doesn't look like there is one, because that's the whole risk-reward night of doing PvP. So you can stay in there and farm as long as you need to farm, but when you go to turn them in, if you get ganked, you lose half. So like if you had 5,000, you're going to lose 2,500. And then if you get killed again, you lose, you know, half of that. So you're at 1,250. Yeah, I mean, I wish he would have given us a full size of the map. Like if we could have seen the full size of the map of the PvP zone. Because that would have been really cool to see how big it actually is. I mean, this is the only thing that we get. I'm assuming that the PvP zone is inside these lines, which probably isn't going to go much higher up here, and it's going to go a little bit lower down there. So if it's a small area,
Hello everyone, in order for you to get ready for the against player who already played PvP in the closed beta.
So that's the PvP area, that's the map size.
Located at the southwest of the map in an open area.
Alright, hold up. Hold up. This is the PvP map right here. This one right here. This is it. So if we group farm this Warlug and when we all ready to make it to the dust, we do it together. Exactly. Yep. 100%. Lando, Vild said it takes a minute to run from here to here. Rob Kirkman, what's up, dude? Welcome. So if that's one PvP map, where's the other one? Down here? Yeah, this is the other one. So how many it shows? So, like, you have an altar here, you have an altar here. Like, just from... Yeah. So, there's two right here. I'm sure there's more. I mean... What'd you say? I'm annoying, but can you turn up your volume? My TV doesn't go any higher than 100. I mean, my volume's already pretty high, man. I can't change much more of it, brother. Like, my mic is already really loud. I could turn up my mic volume just a little bit, I suppose. So he was also playing Rogue, makes sense. Yeah, but I don't think you would need to, like, I don't think it matters what class you're on, because if you have access to your horse. So if you have access to your horse, like, it shouldn't take you long. The zones are a decent size. Like, this isn't a bad size. So, I mean, that's not bad when you really think about it. That's not a bad size. Man. Let me see if they show it on here. Okay, so they don't actually show how many are on here. Music is louder than me. All right, let me do something real quick. Two seconds. All right. I turned my mic up just a little bit, guys. So it should be a little louder now. Can you get one shot off the horse? I don't know, man. But I'm sure you can die on the horse. You just move faster. Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, guys, on release, this will get updated and we'll be able to see how many places that you can turn stuff in at. But if we base it from this, I mean, look at the distance between these two. So you're talking about, it's this one down here that this guy was doing. So this guy was literally here. There's one here, and then there's another one right here. So I'm sure there's like one at equal distances, you know what I mean, throughout the entire thing. So, like looking like Rohan. So, I mean, all right, a couple things. So, the biggest thing that I don't like about PvP is the fact that you are not always able to be PvP'd unless you choose so, or until you're turning in. I think for PvP, you should be able to, when you come into this area, you can immediately be fighted. Like you can fight them. You can fight somebody. I don't think you should be able to turn it on and off. That's the whole point of the PvP zone. This to me mimics the dark zone of what's the dang game? The dark zone of the Division. And as soon as you enter the dark zone, you can immediately be killed. So I 100% do not like that you can in here turn this on and off. That to me, don't like that. You should 100%, as soon as you come in here, just be able to start fighting. I mean, you're in PvP. What else are you gonna, like, you know what I mean? With that said, that's gonna formulate strategies to, like Demon just mentioned, where, hey, we're gonna get a party of 4. We're not gonna mark ourselves. We're gonna go farm as a squad, and then when it's time to turn in, we're all gonna turn in. And we're gonna be 4-man deep, ready to fight whoever. If it's not another 4-man team rolling up, just stay away. You know what I mean? It's so I mean, I don't know, guys. To me, if the PvP zone if the PvP zone is something where we can farm a lot of XP, then to me, again, it doesn't make any sense to mark yourself. You just farm. You get all this really great gear. You get all these shards that you can spend in town, and then the only risk that you take is when you turn the shards in. That's it. So you just revive it or buy it back. Yeah, it probably just comes back. Rob Kirkman, great content. Appreciate the stream. Absolutely, man. What's to stop someone from just standing on the other side of the barrier? Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point of exit camping. So like, so what we're talking about here is like when he gets to here, you know, on the map. So if he's here turning in, what stops teams, for example, just like camping up on these spots? And here's another thing I want you guys to think about. We haven't seen it, but if this is open world, imagine this. Imagine this. I want you guys to imagine this. So let's say, like, imagine each of these altars. Let me drop the music. Imagine each of these altars. Let's just say this is where you're going to extract your stuff, right? Your red shards, right? Imagine this. So if the PvP zone acts as the open world, what's to stop people? Hey, I'm going to stand here. You're going to stand there. Demon, you're going to stand here. We're all at an exit. Oh, someone's starting to turn in. We teleport to town right here. Then we click on Demon and we teleport straight to Demon. Now we start ganking the player. I mean, it doesn't take but what, 10 seconds to teleport to town, then teleport to your teammate? You know what I mean? Ooh, News in the house. Appreciate it, man. Jelly Hugo with the follow. Appreciate you guys. Canadian Club Drunk. What's up, man? Hugo Malo Farm. Ooh, News it with the raid, man. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much, brother. Welcome, welcome. Dan, maybe there won't be teleport. Well, here's the issue. This is in the open world. So unless because of like these barriers here, let's say, but if we can teleport to here and then teleport to a teammate, then there's no stopping people just sitting at the altars and your teammates just go to everything. Rob Kirkman, dude, with the membership, dude. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, brother. Yo, everybody on Twitch, guys, if you guys are viewing over on Twitch, I really do appreciate all you guys being here. Make sure to come check us out on YouTube. Thank you so much. All right, Fist, I'll check you later, bro. Appreciate you as always, man. I can't wait until the start. But yeah, guys, it's 10:30. We're gonna talk about my the race real quick, but one last mention on this. So if they don't block being able to teleport to your teammates, then sitting at a altar where they turn, or not an altar, but a ritual, and then, you know, when it pops up when they start turning it in, that like he's there, you just go, all right, guys, TP, TP. We gank this person now. Yeah, Demon, they better do that. They better do it. They better do it. Because if not, then that's a whole strategy, dude. I just gave a whole strategy away. Hey, Rob, again, man, I appreciate all the love, dude. Appreciate the membership, man. Make sure to join the Discord and make sure to link your YouTube to the Discord so you get access to all the membership perks inside the Discord, man. Appreciate you. But that is just mean and lazy. Farming one guy when 4 of you could get away. Well, it's not necessarily farming one guy. I'm just using it as an example. But the devs did say they wanted PvP to be a bloodbath. They don't want it to be fair. They want you to be able to fight and gank people. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy, man. So, I will tell you this, though. Like, PvP, we will be doing a lot of farming and guides for it, guys. But I think probably just initially, first impression, I think the best way to do PvP is just as a group. You just come in here, you guys all farm, everybody turns in, and then, you know what I mean? Everybody turns in and you just chilling. Because remember, look here at the end, guys.
This town in particular, by the way.
I mean, he TP'd straight to town. Look,
so of course,
it's just
back
like
here
normal.
in town, we have to town.
I mean, he's TPing straight to town.
So, of course.
So, unless they block it, I'm telling you, if they don't block it, to me, that's the best strategy to gank people. You get in a party of 4. You each just sit at a ritual where they have to turn it in. And when you see a player start turning it in, you're just like, guys, on me. Everybody TPs, then comes to your portal. That's a done deal. Yeah, Nelson, I hope it's not allowed. I really hope it's not allowed. I mean, it should be where there's enough of these to turn in. And then that way it invites a healthy amount of PvP fighting. But, I mean, here's the thing, though. As we're playing, people are going to figure out ways to really just manipulate ganking people, and it's going to be nuts. Okay. Goffrey, Toby Hill with the subs to the channel. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Let's just talk about a few things real quick. Because it is time for me to go. So, a few things that we're going to go over. So, should horse riding not be allowed in PvP zones? I don't want to say that because of the size of the maps. Those size, I think a horse is fine because 50 seconds is I think plenty of time to get wherever you're going to go, especially if you're close. Because if not, then it'd be hard and PvPing will just be super easy. Okay, guys, we have a few things to talk about. Okay, and then it's time for me to go. So tomorrow night we have our Strongest Under the Heavens tournament. Okay. This thing is going to start at 6 p.m., maybe 6:30. People going to be dying trying to get Lilith altars. Well, no, you don't have to, because you can turn. You don't have to turn on PvPing. You don't have to mark yourself. But here we go. So tomorrow night, guys, we're going to go live about 6 or 5:36, and tomorrow night. And we are doing the Strongest Under the Heavens tournament. I have the list of combatants. I'm going to message you guys privately, okay? I'm going to message you guys privately. I need to figure out who is exactly on console and who's on PC. I'm pretty sure I know who's on console, but I'm going to make sure. And we're going to slot you guys in, and we're going to do this tournament live tomorrow night, okay? This is the last bit of Diablo 3 content that we are going to be doing. As far as events here in the channel and Discord before Diablo 4. This is the fastest GR90 clear. There's no Paragon points. And you can use any gear. You cannot re-roll the map. If you get a crappy map, then may the odds forever be in your favor. So each person is going to make a run, and the fastest person is going to win. Okay? So we have that tomorrow. We also have, after we conclude the Strongest Under the Heavens tournament, we are going to conclude the power levels competition that we have for levels for the most active member in the Discord. I really encourage everybody who's a part of our Discord to be active, chat about games, chat about life, do general images, have fun, make goofy stuff inside of memes and general images, share your guys' gaming experience, theory crafting, resources for stuff, really help each other out, okay? So to encourage all of that, we have right now it's a monthly tournament unless people start to abuse spamming. But each month, for now, at the end of each month, the person with the highest power level is going to receive special recognition for their unwavering devotion and support to the channel, okay? They're going to be rewarded. So we have that going on. Also, tomorrow night, we're going to look at maybe any new content that is going to come out from creators on YouTube that got to play in the early access. Hopefully, they come out with some more stuff. And then we are going to just finish it up with maybe some final class critiquing as far as our builds, and maybe we can figure out exactly what's going to go on. I'm going to look at my build. We're going to talk about some more builds and just kind of figure out how to perfect our builds even better for the launch of Diablo 4. Jelly Hugo, man, I appreciate the sub to the channel. Thank you, brother. Will this be done non-season? The tournament for tomorrow is season. But the tournament for tomorrow, all the people that can enter have already entered. This has been up for over a month, and everybody who's participating is a seasonal character, and you had until the 17th of this month to enter. So we have all of our participants already. Yeah, no. It would be, it's all season night. It's all seasonal characters. So yeah, after critiquing some of our builds, we'll probably, and that's it. We'll lead into Thursday. Thursday, guys, I will be going live at 5 o'clock. Okay, 5 or 5:30. We're going to go live a little bit earlier before 7 p.m., which is the launch of Diablo 4. We're going to talk about some things. We're going to get in here and kind of get hype and get pumped. I also have a huge, okay, let me say this again.
It's over 9,000.
I have a huge announcement on Thursday. So make sure you guys are here Thursday at 5:30. We got a huge announcement for you guys. All right, it's going to be pretty epic. All right, so make sure you guys are here, butts planted, ready to rock. Dom, it's going to be 5 p.m. EST. Has any of the news today changed anything for you, Warlug? Dylan, welcome, man. I'll answer that in just 1 second. Now, let me think real quick. Has any of the information that I've learned today changed my opinion about Diablo 4? No. I think people who haven't invested enough time into it, it just may not be for them. To me, I think this game is going to be great. Okay? I think it's going to be great, and I think it's going to be fun for a lot of people. So, no, it hasn't. Everything that I've seen today has not, wavered my opinion on Diablo 4 whatsoever. I think the game's going to be awesome, and I'm going to thoroughly enjoy it. Can't wait for War to join Aftershock United. Yeah, man, I'm really hoping so, dude. I'm in the Discord. I got to talk to them about more stuff. I got to get up with Chosen. But yeah, man, I'm really excited for this opportunity. So we'll see what happens with that. Now, the last thing that we're going to go over, which we will probably talk about again tomorrow as well. So all of the information that we've seen today, yesterday, and previous days leading up, of course, we all know about the race to 1,000. Okay, the race to 1,000. All right. We all know about the race. God, I really want this mug, by the way. I hope I win that. Yeah, I gotta win that. So the mark here. So from everything that we have learned about the game, some leveling strategies, big shout out to Rob. It seems to be, from everything that we've learned today, that the best ways to really power level your character is to do nightmare dungeons, or from what those from DM and then Echo Hack is doing, the PvP zone, because of the density of monsters and how often you can farm. You can't buy the mug, at least not that I know of. Is there a place for Battlenet Discord tags in Discord? Yes, it's under battle tags. It's in there. It's under the general channels. So guys, this is my final thought about doing the hardcore race to 1,000. Or the hardcore race to level 100 to be one of the first 1,000 players to achieve this. Show us your art. The mug. Okay. So this is the mug. I want to win this. So we'll see. We shall see. So here's my plan for that. Okay, guys? So on launch, I'm going to do softcore. Okay? I'm going to do softcore on launch. And this is mainly for content purposes. Okay? We're going to do softcore on launch. We're going to blast through the story, and it's going to be awesome. Okay, we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to experience a lot of things. We're going to learn a bunch of stuff and just have an absolute blast. With that said, the competition for this, the duration is 4 months. We have a 4-month window to complete this. Now, if everything that they have said today as far as getting to level 100 in 70, 80 hours, if that is 100% true, then this is very, very attainable early. But being at hardcore, it probably is going to take a lot longer than 70 hours, because in 70 hours you're blasting and you can be a little bit more reckless because you're not worried about dying. My take on hardcore, I feel you will get a lot of viewers to watch someone doing the race live. The question is, do they give you a statue or is it a name on something to display? So what they do is there's going to be a giant statue, I think at Blizzard, that they're going to put your name on. So you don't get anything personally as far as I know. Yep. Yeah, it ends up being on a statue. So this is my plan with it. I want to attempt it. I want to attempt this. However, I think I'm going to do it secondary. So for example, if it is only going to take us, let's say 50 hours to get to like 70 or so in softcore, then my very next character I want to make is hardcore and then play this. But then again, you know, part of me wants to just start off and do this hardcore right off the rip. But, yeah, I still think what I'm going to do is do softcore first, and then the very next character that we make is going to be hardcore in attempts to try this. Because I think we have a real shot. I think there's plenty of people that are going to die and all that stuff. So we will see, but I think we're going to start softcore first. But Demon, you think I'm going to get a lot of viewers to watch someone do the race live? Now, but here, let me like get out of pocket for a second in some context. So from everything that we watched today, if the game is really as easy as a lot of the creators that we watched today say it is, if that is the case, then I think on launch, I'm just going to start hardcore and we're just going to go for it. Right? Especially with the cheat death elixir. However, in the back of my mind is what Rob said. He was level 100 doing a level 100, you know, Nightmare Dungeon. The monsters were level 150 and they were basically one-shotting him. But I guess in terms of doing leveling, I'm not going to do any, you know, Nightmare T100s if it's that easy to die, right? So that's why I want to see tomorrow what some more videos and more people are saying. But if the game is really as easy as they all say it is, then we're just gonna go hardcore right off rip and just go for it, man. But until like something like that is really, really confirmed, we're gonna start softcore and then make a hardcore secondary. Hardcore will be the second character that we make. Yeah, cry more, but the people who got early access are ineligible. So even if they do play hardcore and they get to 100 and they're the first person, they can't claim the prize. So they'll still have bragging rights for getting there first. They just won't have bragging rights as far as this competition. But yeah, so we're going to wait till tomorrow. We're going to see some more videos and maybe see what some more people are talking about. And but that right now is my plan, is to do softcore first. We're gonna really enjoy the game, and then we're gonna maybe do hardcore after that. So I think he mean early access. Oh, on the first, yeah. I mean, it starts the first, so like for anybody who wants to do that race and doesn't have the deluxe, I mean, you're 4.5 days behind, man. You're 4.5 days behind. And if everything that we saw today is true, if you're off for the first 4 days of launch and you're playing like 15 hours a day, I mean, you're talking about you being 60 hours ahead of a person who just started playing the game. I mean, I'm just saying. Just saying. But yeah, guys. So but yeah, that's kind of the plan there. So we'll see how it goes. I still got a little bit of time to make a final decision on that. So Juwan Bad Day, you think it's going to be, or Asmongold thinks it's going to be must before the 1K is hit? Yeah, for it to be the full 1,000, I think so too. Because I can't remember who showed it to me, when we first started talking about it, that the PoE's hardcore system, Jesse Yo with the sub to the channel, appreciate it, that the PoE hardcore system has been out for 10 years, and there's only 600 players that are level 100 in hardcore. Yeah, Demon, thank you. So that's why I say, like, even if this information is true, and it is, like, even like what Demon's saying, if it's going to take us a week, then I think I could start softcore and then, like, enjoy the playthrough, kind of see how it is to fight bosses and stuff, and then be like, okay, let's go play hardcore now. You know what I mean? So, but we'll see. We're going to talk about this more in depth tomorrow, guys, during tomorrow's stream. Yeah, the entire Maxroll thing. Yeah, I got to check out the Maxroll site, but that is going to do it for tonight's stream, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate all the love, guys, and everybody in here chatting this up. All the new subs, guys, all the new members. Really appreciate all the support. Thank you, guys. It was really cool to check out all of the new content that they posted. I'm kind of with you guys in the sense, like, I was really hoping that they would post a lot more, but maybe the creator list wasn't that big as we thought. So but yeah, I hope there's some more videos, and we're gonna check out some stuff tomorrow as well during the stream. We'll be starting at 6:30, 7 o'clock tomorrow night, about the same time, guys, EST. So make sure you guys are here for that. And yeah, man, get ready for the tournament. The battle, the strongest under the gods or under the heavens tournament, guys. I'm really excited to do this. It's going to be sweet. So thank you guys so much for being here. Have fun, man. Look up some more information, guys. If there's any videos or anything new that comes out while I'm not on, yo, Charles with the sub, appreciate you, man. Just DM me or ask me down here to share the link, and if it is something that's cool, then I'll say yes or or no. You say no matter what, the 7th of June we start. So next Wednesday, okay, I got you. But yeah, guys, appreciate everybody so much for being here, guys. Have a great night. I'll see everybody tomorrow. And what do we always say, guys? As always, stay gaming. I'll see everybody tomorrow night, guys. Have a great night. Peace. Love you guys.